Ei, 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 ei.
Foi erro meu, desculpa, estava em pré e tenho o fader em baixo.
potato. All right. I want to break free. I want to break free. I want to break free from your lies. You're so self-satisfied. I don't need you. I've got to break free. God knows I want to break free.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Wow, that's a big crowd. So thank you so much for joining. This is JNation 2024 Disco Music Edition. So my name is Roberto. I'll be your host for today, and I'm not going to take too much of your time. We have a lot of sessions that we have to go through today. So let's go over the really easy going, some ground rules, and a couple of things that I want to talk to you about. So thank you so much because we sold out again for the 7th edition. Actually, this year we pretty much using every room of the venue. We squeezed every last bit of space that we have, and actually trying to talk with the city hall to try to come with a bigger place, right? It's probably not that easy. Anyway, this year we can increase a lot of our numbers, so we have more speakers, we have more sponsors, we have more attendees, of course, and we come up with 2 additional things for this year. One is we came up with a machine learning and AI track. So we know that everyone is going with artificial intelligence and auto machine learning, so that was something that we wanted to add. And we actually have some AI stuff going over there. So you'll see some of my speech coming up over there on the screen, so we hope that they enjoy that, right? Another thing that we added was a 6-track. So we have like a massive number of submissions on our CFP, and we wanted to have people from the community in Portugal to actually have a chance to speak. So the 6-track this year, we only selected speakers coming only from Portugal or are here in Portugal to give them also a chance for them to speak at the conference. So please go and attend that track as well, and I think they'll have some awesome sessions for you today. A call out to all of the amazing sponsors, right? So the platinum sponsors, they are a very big part of our team, and without them, this will definitely not be possible. As you probably know, we try to keep as much as possible the ticket price low so you can attend, and a lot of the costs to have the conference, food, venue, all the merchandise is coming from the sponsors. So thank you so much for all the sponsors that are able to make this possible. This is our gold sponsor. So after the keynote, we're going to open up the sponsors hall in the first room on the first floor. And feel free to visit them. I'm pretty sure they'll have amazing things for you. And if you enjoyed having the conversation with the sponsor, we're probably going to reward you with some tokens that we can exchange for a lot of things that we can offer you. So just feel you have it on your badges, so you'll see what I'm talking about, right? Another thing that is not possible is all these amazing speakers. So thank you so much for all the speakers that have come from a really long way here to Coimbra. We know that coming here is not really easy because we don't have an airport, so we're trying to also fix that. It's probably not that easy. We have some promises from previous mayors that they want to have an airport, but unfortunately, we couldn't done. And as you know, the new airport, they're not going to make it here. So, but we'll still try. So yes, thank you so much for all the amazing speakers. This definitely will not be possible without you. I'm pretty sure they have, we went through the entire CFP. It's worked really, really hard to select the speakers this year, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be even harder every year. So thank you so much for joining, and please attend their sessions. They have really awesome content for you this year, so I hope that you enjoy. And I don't have much things to say. This was just to have like a really quick introduction. Without further delay, I would like to call Vinicius at the stage. Vinicius.
Wow. Thank you. Amazing. Good morning, Portugal. Bom dia.
So me and Vinicius, we met how much time ago? 10 years? 15?
15 years. We are getting old, man.
We're getting old. I mean, where did we met? In San Francisco, probably?
Probably, yeah.
So Vinicius was doing really crazy things with Java at the time, and he still does, right?
Yeah.
So Vinicius is a really good friend, and he actually came from San Francisco this year. So you pretty much traveled the entire, or half the globe to just come here. So thank you so much for the effort.
Thank you, man. Thank you for the invitation.
Please have fun.
All right, thank you. Just 1 second here. That's good. All right, so amazing to be here. A huge privilege. I love Portugal. I'm from Brazil, actually, and I'm living in California the last 2 years. But then, as Roberto just mentioned, I used to go to California since 2001 for Java 1. I presented at Java 1 for 12 times. And I'm really, I love California. I love the history about the Silicon Valley. I used to go there guiding company owners 3 times. So I try to study a lot of the history around the Silicon Valley. And so this time I try to prepare this talk to see how we have arrived in artificial intelligence and generative AI, which are the topics that the industry are talking a lot. And so this talk is a kind of reflection and thinking the big, important discoveries, inventions, innovations that happen in the world to make the computer history, you know. So for me, it's been an amazing technology journey for the last 30 years, where I could live important changes, including the birth of internet, the cloud revolution, and for sure the AI. So if you plan to go to California, or if you plan to go to Brazil, drop me a message. It will be a big pleasure to make more connection with you, and probably we can do a barbecue, or we can visit the Computer History Museum in Mountain View. And then JNation is a very famous Java home for developers, speakers, and the Java community at all. And I don't want to miss the opportunity to say how important is Java at Amazon. And the AWS is our main programming language. There we have tens of thousands Java applications in production, many of them running on Java 8. And then we are using a lot of generative AI. I don't like to over-push the topic around generative AI, but there are many places that we can use it to take advantage. At Amazon, we are using a lot of generative AI to migrate old Java workloads to newer versions, migrating libraries, migrating deprecated code, migrating the Java runtime itself. So it's amazing to see. And many of the AWS cloud services, they are running on Java. When you are using some of the services, we don't disclose which service we use Java, but we have many, many big services at AWS running on Java. So we really rely on Java. We really love Java at AWS. And what I'm doing there, I am a Java developer advocate. I am leading the Amazon Java Language Advisory Board. I'm working with the guys from the Java Runtime, the Amazon Corero, the Lambda team, Amazon Q. And so in general, I'm helping to make AWS a better place for Java developers, and also supporting the Java community, which is a huge family and super important part of my life is the friends that I did with Java. It's not just business, it's not just money, but I really have a big Java family, and I feel super, super good of having this. And I have a huge privilege to be working with this guy, James Gosling, the Java creator. So I have monthly meetings with Gosling. He's a super humble guy, and it's amazing to be so close with someone that created something that really changed our lives. I have many, many friends that they have house, they have family, they have kids because of Java. So James is a super nice guy. I met him the first time at Java 1 2002 when I interviewed him for the first time. And then now James is being my career mentor at AWS. So this talk is about the history of the computers and how we have arrived here, how we arrived in what we call as AI era. AI era is what we are living these days. And how we have arrived there. At the beginning, when we start the society, it was all about surviving. And we just need 4 main elements: water, food, air, and shelter. So we spend a lot of years doing discoveries, doing collaboration, inventing things, competing. Competition is something that is really pushing the humans to make it better stuff. Production, automation, prediction, and then we can come back to, if you have the prediction, you have the cycle of discover, collaboration, invention, competition, production, automation, and prediction again. And it's clear for me when I was preparing this talk that we have this cycle repeating over 1,000 years, repeating over and over. So some of the radical change that we had in the past was the first one, the control of fire. It changed a lot what we can do, how comfortable can be our house, and how we can feel more protected, how we can have light. And then after that, this one earlier, we start having the control of time. We start measuring the time with precision 5,000 years BC. And then the first super important invention that we see in the computer history at all is the wheel. So we invented the wheel 4,000 years BC. And after that, like 2,000 years later, we already have the wheel being used in many different kinds of projects, like chariots or war chariots. We were using the wheel to make war, to be better in the war, to compete in the sports. We use the wheel and chariots to show up and to entertain people in the society. So I think that wheel is the first really important invention that we have in the human society. Based after the wheel, you can see that the things start getting shape, circle shape. And then we have the first evidence that we need a better way to calculate, and it was the abacus. Abacus was the first calculator that we have different versions of this computer, let's say, of this tablet, but it was super important. And based on abacus, we have many different logic that were developed based on that. And guess what? Cryptography, it was invented 600 years BC, 500 to 600 years BC. And it was invented as a way to communicate safely during wars. So it's super unfortunately that we have the wars, but in the computer history, the wars push us to create new stuff. So, and I think that war is a kind of competition. We are competing for land, we are competing for something, like we have different types of war, but in the end, we can see that we develop a lot of things because of the war. And then, more recently, in the 5th century BC, we had this Deus Ex Machina, which was a machine that could pick up someone and put in the stage to pretend that the person has some superpower. And this is a super nice evidence that we need programming and automation, because after that we start having like automated theaters, music box, and it's a very nice evidence that we need more stuff to program and to automate. And this Deus Ex Machina is just for entertainment and doing shows for the society, and then but people were confused when they see someone in the machine, super high and coming to the stage. They were confused if it was a superpower or it was just that machina that could make that thing. So it's super interesting because the people, they really believe in magic stuff in this stage because they don't have a lot of resources to study. And so we have a very nice generation, BC. It's amazing to see how we have all those smart people. They were thirst for discovering things, for establishing the math as it is. They were like super smart people. Like, for example, Thales is the guy that discovered the static electricity. So it's amazing. He was just playing with something and scrubbing something, and he noticed that it was energized. So it was 700 years BC. And then we have Pythagoras with all the collaboration around mathematicians. And those guys, they were like, when you need to introduce, they said like, beyond a philosopher, he was also a polymath, or he was also a mathematician, a geographer, and astronomer. I don't know how those guys could come to the earth with so many knowledge already, so it's really impressive. And so I like, they were like doing, studying astronomy, they were studying mathematician, and they were creating things. So they were like builders at that time. And I love this Pythagoras cup, which is the moderation cup from Pythagoras. And he created this cup to teach his students about the need for compliance and moderation. I love that because I really love to drink wine, and compliance and moderation is something that is not really part of me. But then you have a line here in this Pythagoras cup, and then I can fill safely until this line, and then I can keep drinking. It's okay. We will need to clean up. Okay. And then if I go above the line, what happened is that, I start losing everything that I have in my cup. I will clean up after that, so don't worry. Okay, so I have nothing here. So this cup, it was like, he said, whoever wants much, he loses even the few. So it's impressive to see how they were really trying to create new stuff and teach the stuff for the new generation with devices like that. And this is a nice phrase from Plato, that God always geometrizes, which we have the contrast with Albert Einstein saying about quantum physics, that God does not play dice with us. So I love when this kind of smart guy starts associating God with mathematician, because at that time they believed that the knowledge that we were developing, it was a God gift. So if you are calculating, it was because it was a gift from God, if you research on the ancient Greece. So Plato, he was a guy that he wanted to awake early and prepare himself for early lectures. So Plato developed the first awakening device, what we call as alarm clock these days. So I have a recording here. Let me see if the audio will go through the... Okay. So here I was in Greece. Okay, the audio is not working. So you can see here that we have these tanks with water, and then he can configure the water flow to fill up the tank from the above tank, the other tank, and the other tank, and then when it reached the right time, it starts whistling something like this. Isn't it nice? Huh? It's my live demo. This one always works. This one else. I love the Greek devices because they always work. I don't need internet. I don't need anything to do the live demo. So, yeah, that's the sound. So they were really smart guys, and they were really building stuff. And then, if you go to the history, you will see this one makes me believe that I am in the right direction, because it was a robot created 300 years BC. It was invented, the first robot, the first functional robot. And guess what? I met him. Haha. That was the automatic maid. And this robot was created to serve wine automatically to guests in rich houses. So if you were rich at that time, you could buy this robot, and then you could replace the human for a robot to serve your guests wine. And it was not that simple, because at that time, you need to mix up wine with water. So you can see that they have 2 bottles there inside, and then you put your wine glass in the robot hand, and based on hydraulic system, it starts mixing the water and the wine automatically. So think about, people are saying that generative AI will replace software developers, that you don't need to write code anymore. Come on. We are trying to replace someone that served wine for robot for more than 2,000 years. We didn't succeed. It's the opposite. You go to the restaurant, you have a specialist guy in wine that cannot be replaced. So it's something that you can use if someone just say that Gen AI will replace developers. I really don't believe on that. I think that it's an amazing resource. We will do more with less code. I really believe that Gen AI for software developers as a tool for low coding, but no coding is almost impossible. So that was a very nice age, because right after that, they discovered the Antikythera. This is, oh man, Antikythera. Let's say it again. No. This was the first laptop created by humans. And it was a computer, analog mechanical computer that has impressive functionalities. And guess what? This computer was used to predict the future. This computer was used to predict eclipse, to predict weather conditions for agriculture. So look that, 200 years BC, we were creating computer for predictions. We didn't have electricity, but we do have a lot of knowledge for calculation and for doing like mechanical stuff. We were very good in mechanical stuff. So the first computer, 2,300 years ago, Antikythera. And we just discovered this computer 100 years ago. It was a part of a shipwreck, and they were diving there, and they discovered a lot of things, not just the Antikythera, but many other things from this ship. And then we have a lot of people studying this computer to understand it better. We didn't finish, and we are far away from finishing all the things that this computer were able to do. We don't have information about who created that, where it was created, so it's still something that we are under development to understand. So we have a very nice move at YouTube. I have a small clip here, but I'm not going to play because we are having some issue with the audio in my computer. So, Wi-Fi, wireless communication. Look at that. 200 years BC, we have a way to the third row. I need the third ladder. So 3 torches, 3 torches. So it was a way to communicate between castles, especially during the wars that you need to send messages from one castle to another castle. It was a fire sign, fire beacons. So super impressive. This one is more sophisticated, the Aina's hydraulic system. This one you have 2 guys, and they turn on the torch, and then once they turn on the torch, they both open the water, and then this machine started lowering this thing with multiple messages. And then if they turn on the torch, they just stop the hydraulic system, the water, and then they just pause and they can check which message they want to send. Super sophisticated, right? Huh? This is the TCP/IP 200 years before Christ. Oh my gosh. And so, that was amazing age, and something happened from the year number 1 to the year number 1000. If you look at the history, the technology history, almost nothing happened there. I don't know what they were doing, man. I think that it was a kind of, they were tired before Christ, and after Christ they said, okay, let's take a sabbatical period. But it took 1,000 years. Oh, man. Well, after that we have some inventions, but you will see like we have compass, Fibonacci, super important for many things, mechanical clocks, Leonardo da Vinci trying to fly, trying to dive, trying to create different stuff, printing press, and then in this year, the Portuguese discovered Brazil. What a great discovery, man. Thank you. And so, one thing that we have this guy, he was a mathematician as well, and he created this stepped Rockner calculator that was being used until we had electricity. So it's a mechanical calculator, complex, that could calculate faster the things and super specific for some kind of math. But we see that we keep doing progress on calculators until we had electricity. And then at this time, we had a very different thing. This is the mechanical turkey. Mechanical turkey, I have a small move here. It was a machine that this guy invented. And he said that he created a machine that can play chess automatically with any human and can win. Is better than any human playing chess. And he tried to prove that it was a machine. And then It was super amazing. He tried to open everything there, and he was pretending that everything was a kind of mechanical stuff. And it wasn't. You have a human inside this machine playing the game, actually. So he got famous because he tried to pretend that he was creating a computer at that time, and the king was really impressed with everything, like, oh man, it looks like real stuff, and it was. You have a human inside that machine that he could hide, a very small, very, very tall, small human, and then he, it's super amazing. And guess what? What is related to my talk? Because I don't know how many of you know that we have a service at AWS, a very old service at AWS, called Mechanical Turk, Amazon Mechanical Turk. What you can do with Amazon Mechanical Turk, everything that artificial intelligence can do, but with humans. So if you have a chat and you are using artificial intelligence to moderate the images in that chat, but you want to make sure for some images that you don't have a lot of precision if that image is allowed or not allowed, so you can configure your cloud system to hire people around the globe to do things that artificial intelligence is doing, but doing manually. The other day, my friend was creating a coffee machine, an IoT coffee machine, and he was demonstrating this coffee machine in some events in Brazil. And then he just hired Mechanical Turk to answer a survey about coffee flavors and what people like more. So you can use it for image moderation, video moderation. You can use for bounding box, audio vision, language for sentiment analysis and emotion detection, but always using humans. So I love the name, I love the idea of using the Mechanical Turkey concept. And then the 1800, that's where the things start happening for us in terms of computer history. Look that, we have Beethoven, we have Fourier, we have Napoleon. They were living in the same age, in the same time. And actually, at that time, during the wars, you don't have computer, so they used to hire mathematicians to be the computer, the human computer. So Joseph Fourier, he was the mathematician for Napoleon during the wars. And Beethoven was a very famous music in the same scenarios. And then Fourier just developed the Fourier transform. At that time, oh man, this guy was really a smart guy. Basically, you can decompose a function, a sign, into a frequency. And we use Fourier all the time for multiple proposals, like when we are tuning a guitar, when we are doing image recognition, brain signal processing, when you go to this kind of machine, and also for deep learning, Fourier transform is super used for identifying common things in large data sets. So I think that it's part of the history, it's part of the computer history, it's part of the AI history. And we can do Fourier transform with Java. So I have here a super simple sketch. It's not a program, we call it a sketch. I'm using here processing, and then, I need to change my screen, sorry. So I have here processing, and, oh man, better now. Let me try to change my screen here for... now it's good, right? Okay. So what I have here, let me see. Okay. Let's clear this guy here. So what I have here is a processing. Processing is a kind of domain-specific language for Java for doing visual and audio stuff. So it was created for artists, actually, to write their implementations. And then we can start playing this. Let me see how internet is performing here. Uh-oh. To playground / sound J. Subscribe to this guy. And then we can play here. Okay, G. Okay, C. E. A. That's it. G, C, C, A. That's right. So here, actually, my demo, I'm using this conversion from detected nodes using fast Fourier transform, and I'm sending IoT messages to the cloud. And actually, the second part of this demo was opening the Roblox game, and then I did an integration when I play uke, when I play G, the game player start wearing a hat. When I play A, it'll stop wearing the hat. So this is a super cool demo for nothing. You can do nothing with that, but I love that because it's really impressive, the possibilities that you have, you know. So I'm doing many, many different cool stuff at Roblox. One of the things that I did was a game called JCastle. And this is a workshop that is available. I will share the link with you in the end of my talk. But the JCastle game is a workshop that you can run in your company, in your Java user group, in your university, where you create a Roblox game, and in the backend to control the game, we have a Quarkus application running to control the game. And then you need to go to the castle, and you need to solve some puzzles and some Java questions to succeed in the game, and then you can customize the game to do anything you want. And I did another integration with this game that I'm using. I created a kind of chat GPT inside Roblox, so you can use the Roblox chat to ask anything for Gen AI models using Amazon Bedrock, but you can do with any other cloud provider as well. So let's back to the presentation here. Okay, and then we have all the electricity journey. It was a long journey. We are super lucky to be born with electricity for sure. So we have the discovery of a battery from Alessandro Volta, the Ohm law, the invention of relay, Morse code, Bell just invented the telephone at that time, and then Tesla and Thomas Edison with all the lamps and bulbs, and Tesla invented the alternator for converting DC to AC, and then we could start transmitting energy to further to more distant place. So, and then from here is actually when all the computer history that we are living just started. In 1884, this guy, Hermann Hollerith, he created the punch card tabulating system. And it was super convenient because at that time, in 1888, the US government, they had a super big problem in US because the population was super huge and they weren't able to do the census in a year. They were taking way more than a year. And what they did, they create a contest for the American society to propose new ways to calculate, to computate the data from the census. And at that time, Hollerith, he was working for the government in US, and he submit his machine, his punch card, and then he created a company called Zoom as a president of IBM. And then we have the first important computer company being founded at that time because of the competition around the census. And it was amazing because at that time, the cars were being invented, the airplane were being invented, and they all need more and more compute power because to do car and airplane engineer, you need to calculate a lot of things, you know. So, and then we start seeing computers in progress. We saw the IBM. IBM was a huge company serving many other customers beyond the US government. And then at the same time, 1927, we had the golden age of quantum physics. Look at this picture. How many Niels Bohr, Einstein, Marie Curie, and we have Planck, so many smart people in the same picture. You can see that the ones dressing purple, they don't have Nobel Prize. No one. Yeah, everybody is Nobel Prize. Almost everybody here is Nobel Prize. And with Marie Curie, at that time, she was the only one in the picture, the only woman in the picture, and the only one in the picture with 2 Nobel Prizes in the same topic. So it's really impressive to see what this lady did in the computer. He isn't satisfied with the results and all the theory that they have for quantum physics. And Bohr was a more executive guy, and he said, oh, let's push what we have to production, and we solve the things in production. It's okay, we will be fine. And Einstein was saying that phrase that to push to production and solve the problems in production, to push to production and solve the problems in production with quantum physics. And it was super important for the computer history because most of the semiconductors problem that we had developing the computers with transistors and silicon transistors, they were a quantum physics problem. If we didn't have the quantum physics, it would be impossible to create the computers as they are these days. So, more compute power, and then the government in the US, they have the Great Depression, and they create the Social Security, and they retire millions of US citizens. And then they need compute to calculate and have the retirement amount for each US citizen. I don't know here in Portugal, but in Brazil, when you have your pay stub in the end of the month, we call as Hollerith our pay stub. Still these days we call as Hollerith. Oh, give me my Hollerith. It's your pay stub. Because of that history, the World War II just started as well. and demanding more computer power, demanding more computer storage, data, and everything. And it's super important part of the history here because this is the Great Depression. At this time, before the World War II, we have Alan Turing proposing the theoretical computer. We had the Atanasov-Berry computer, the most important computer in the history for me, and the ENIAC. ENIAC was created by this guy, John Mauchly, and he visited in 1938 Atanasov, the professor Atanasov, and he was inspired by our Atanasov-Berry computer to create the ENIAC. Why this is important? Because 10 years later, John Mauchly, he tried to create a patent for computers, and he didn't succeed. So we don't pay royalties because he visited Atanasov, and he saw his computer, and when he tried to register the ENIAC as the first computer, tried to break this machine. And we succeed. British guys, they created the Colossus computer based on tape pulley. They could process, and the guy, one Nazi, was operating the Enigma machine, and he did some mistake, and he leaked some data in the cipher machine that helped a lot the British guys to break this. And because of that, we shortened the Second War in 2 years because we break the Enigma machine code. So it's really amazing part of the history as well. And then we go to transistor era, where we have the first transistor created in Bell Labs. So William Shockley is the guy that is called the father of the Silicon Valley because he was working Semiconductor, his company, and he won that. And so we had 8 guys that left his company, and they founded the Fairchild. They are called in the Fairchild. They were working super hard to create this project for Apollo because we have the space race, and now the Apollo computers, they were built with integrated circuit from Fairchild and using memory from Intel later. And so here we have a woman that wrote out the Apollo guidance software. Silicon Valley napkin that was created in this pub, so you can draft your business plan in this Silicon Valley napkin. So feel free to get one and pass to your colleagues, okay? All right. A Silicon Valley napkin is my gift for you. So I really believe that now we have a lot of things that we can create. Now I believe that our basic needs to be a computer engineer is electricity, computer, and internet connection. And that's the reason why we are here. That's the reason why artificial intelligence is happening. So I think that those are the most important takeaways for us. It's like AI is just a consequence of things that we are inventing for more than 2,000 years. It's not that big thing. The big thing is that we are putting together electricity, computer, and internet. That's the big thing. And what I want you to think about is that we had electricity for a little bit more. Imagine if someone created the electricity in the year number 500. Imagine if we have electricity for 1,000 years.
do that. Okay. Just gonna just take a picture. Not yet. I think folks are still coming in, but I'm just gonna take a picture. I'll try to take another one afterwards. Okay. Okay, yeah, good. Okay. Actually. Didn't even think. Oops. Sorry. See if that might work. Oh. Am I supposed to start? Yeah. Okay, great. Well, thank you everyone for joining my talk this morning, the first talk of the day, among other folks too. And so thank you for choosing to come to my talk. But let me first ask, I think I'd be able to see some of you, how many of you are already working with generative AI? I'm just curious. Yeah. So, okay, so a few of you. So let's see. Are you mostly doing Python or maybe Java? Anybody doing Java? So okay, so a few. So you're using LangChain 4J? I'm kind of assuming. Yeah, so yeah, I can see like fewer and fewer hands. But there are some of you are working on it, so that's great. But as such, too, just so you know, this talk is meant to be for introductory kind of folks, and but it by no means is like you're brand new. You are very experienced, and some of you are very experienced, but are already experienced. So it's meant to be as an introduction to even to those of you who are new to AI and generative AI. So bear with me if it becomes some of the things are more introductory. So, okay, so let me start. So making sure is the time. And so enter the brave new world of Gen AI with vector search. And I kind of deliberately choose this title because brave new world, as some of you, most of you are aware, is actually a book, right? A science fiction futuristic book written by Aldous Huxley, an English author. And it, kind of talks about kind of a utopian or dystopian kind of society existing in the future. And I don't mean to say, Gen AI is kind of becoming dystopian, but certainly, too, it carries with it that type of, kind of connotation, right? Something in the future. But also, does it mean, I think the big question is, does it mean it is going to take control of our lives? And certainly, no, I don't think so. And it's also, as some of you already are working on it, as we know, I mean, what has come out certainly has surprised us, and also like make us kind of wow, it's doing all these things. But I think, as I think more about it, I think it's going to take some time before it can become ready for prime time, for production. And I was kind of thinking, like, how could we kind of, compare, this Gen AI with something in history. Somebody's waving. I'm sorry, is somebody waving at me or something? Sorry, but anyway. But to me, I think it's sort of like, the history of airplanes, of aviation. As we all know, it took some time before airplanes can carry people in huge quantities, huge number, and flying across the ocean. So I think likewise, to Gen AI is like right now is, wow, amazing, we can fly to the sky. But probably it only like deals with a couple of, taking care of some of the things maybe. I think the thing is equivalent to maybe aerodynamics. We're starting to discover that. But as we all know, when you fly an airplane, it's much more than that. You have to deal with unknown circumstances, all of these things, which will take time to become really usable, is what I'm looking at. But anyway, so without further ado, I'm going to start. So I think it's an exciting thing. It doesn't look like my clicker works, so I'm just going to use this. OK, so this is my agenda for today. First, just kind of an introduction, who am I, and also giving a brief background of AI, because presumably, and maybe some of you or most of you, being more of a Java-focused conference, and that's what I'm finding is that a lot of Java developers may not be ready, or just for whatever reason, right? We're too busy with all the enterprise stuff and not looking into AI. So I want to give a bit of an introduction to AI, and also specifically to generative AI that's kind of captured our attention, right, in recent year or so. So a bunch of like introductory materials, the terms, and including RAG, and also some vector database. And because this is, just a 45 minutes talk, so I'm just going to be brief to some of these things, but at least touch upon some of these key concepts. And then if there's time, I can do a quick demo too, but it may not actually be the case. But that's OK. Tomorrow, I'll also be doing a workshop too, just so you know if you're in. And I just joined them, and for the previous 6 years or so, I was a developer advocate, and I was here at JNation last year as well. So maybe some of you have come to my talk last year, and I was talking mostly about event streaming, previously reactive systems, distributed systems. And then about 7 months ago, my company too decided at the time, was DataStax, was saying that, oh, let's all switch to doing generative AI, which I actually welcome, because I think, as software developers, engineers, and we should keep learning new things. It's even my principle. I think it excites us, and it's good to be aware of. So that's how I got into generative AI about 7 months ago, and started actually quite fast, have to start understanding it, being able to present. So I started talking about generative AI, and specifically, too, for about vector database, and which will be the focus of tomorrow's workshop in my case. So yeah, anyway, so that's me. I'm also, I'm very passionate about advocacy, but I decided to become more doing consulting work, but still doing partly evangelization. That's me. And I'm also a Java champion, and also I'm the president of the Chicago Java Users Group. So if you want to join us, we are back to running in-person meetups, but we're also doing it virtually as well. So and then it's also being recorded on YouTube too, so if you're interested. OK, and then these are just some of the things I've worked on. And I was previously at IBM as an advocate, and then DataStax, and then, like I said, I'm now a practice lead for Collabority in doing AI. So that's me. I won't spend as much time. So let me then start. A brief background of AI. So when I kind of looked into the history book looking at AI, if we kind of take the current era of AI, we can kind of trace back to the near kind of old times, meaning just roughly 100 years ago, slightly less. 1930s, that's when the new golden age of science fiction came out, as we all know. And so as you can see, this particular slide, too, I got it from this particular link here. And if you're interested, I'll be sharing the slide deck if you're interested. And I find it to be quite comprehensive in terms of highlighting some of the key moments of the AI history that we are in. And then I also added in one towards the beginning, because I go to different conferences, and there are kind of audiences who pointed out to me, I need to navigate through this timeline. There's also 1950, as we all know, the father of modern computing, the British computer scientist Alan Turing. He came out with this book and basically questioning, can machines think? Now, the thing is, too, is that that's what we are all striving for right now, but I don't truly think, let's say generative AI, it seems like, yes, it's smart and everything, but to me, we have to do a lot of prompting, right, to give it input in order to kind of get the results that we want. So it's just my opinion. I feel it's not really ready yet, meaning we still need to guide the machines to think in the way we want the results for. I think it's truly, we can say it is machines thinking is if we just give it some idea, some very fuzzy idea, maybe the prompts cannot be exact, and then it will give you back what you want. I think that will be kind of closer to what we truly want, is have machines to think. However, I don't think it's really the desired outcome at times, and so that's also the challenge too, as we are going more and more into the research, fine-tuning this whole space, is that I think we need to come up with ideas, and I'm sure there are already plenty of research being done, is to ensure that there are no hallucinations and also ethical outcomes too from it. So anyway, but just let me go back to the history. So as you can see, this whole timeline, and I won't IBM having the deep blue machine playing chess, text or some data feeding into the robots and having the robots think, to learn on its own. That's machine learning. However, we know that just that alone, this learning is not enough, because what really makes it able to think is the neural network layer, which is getting into the core of this is the deep learning, is the techniques that is able to perform machine learning and also perform machine learning that's inspired by how our brains, our whole nervous system works to this neural network of neurons. So this is kind of that was a common thing to describe AI, machine learning, and deep learning. So let's kind of fast forward and look into our fascinating generative AI era. As we all know, it just came out pretty much less than a year or two ago, November of 2022. So Gen AI is essentially a disruptive field of AI. So it has the potential to change the way how we create and consume content, which we are already seeing now. And it's basically generate contents, and it does rely on prompts. So you do need to give it input. And as I mentioned earlier, is that the input, you have to be very precise to be able to guide the bot to kind of generate what you need. And it's essentially, too, it makes use of both machine learning and deep learning to produce all of the results, all of the contents. Just a thing to point out is that Gen AI is kind of a natural evolution. At least that's how I look at it, from predictive AI. So there was already AI activities going on, but previously it was predictive, because we are also learning from data. But you notice that predictive deals more with data or outcomes that has a time kind of constraint or time limit to it. For example, like business forecasts, weather forecasts. You just want those to be like weather forecasts for the next month, for example, and then business forecasts for the next 2 years, and it's based on some previous data that it tries to draw a conclusion out of. However, for generative AI, first of all, it's taking input as prompts. Not only you don't need necessarily doing things the old traditional way. It's basically you can talk to the computer, talk to the robot, as though you're talking to another person. So that's the natural language input part is much kind of stronger or kind of fancier than it was before, right, with predictive AI. And not only that, too, generative AI tends to focus more on the creative, and this generative AI movement started. So the research only was kind of started, let's say it keeps going, but then the last, before it happened, right, that was in 2003, so roughly 10 years before or actually I should say 2 years, right, before the debut, 2022. But actually, then go back to 20 years ago, 2003, that was the first feed-forward neural network language model that's kind of pointing, the whole evolution to the direction of the Gen AI that is today. And then in 2011, Apple brought Siri to the mass usage through the iPhone, as we all know too. And then 2013, there was a group of Google researchers. They work on this concept, right? This thing called word-to-vec. Essentially, it makes use of natural language processing model and this technique that employs neural network to learn word associations too. So that kind of like forms the basis of how the vector database are able to do similarity searches. Pretty much is kind of stem from that, the word-to-vec. And then 2017, there was a group of Google researchers. They work on this simple network architecture called the transformer. So if you've been following all of these research papers, I think there's really kind of famous tagline that came out of it was, attention is all you need. So that's where it came from. So all that too is like leading to where we are today. And so now before we get a little further down, let's also understand the new players in this generative AI era too. First of all, when we kind of talk about generative AI, and of course we need all of the models too. The models is what, kind of captured by the large language models, that LLMs that we, as developers especially, that's what we work with directly. So these are just some examples of the more popular generative models that you have heard of. So first and foremost, OpenAI is the organization that kind of is in charge or governs and owns, some of all of these famous models, of which, GPT 3.5 that came out in 2022, November, so less than 2 years ago. And that really wowed the world because of its capability of, just doing things like you just talk to it and it gives you the output. That was kind of very impressive too. But then as you kind of look around too, there are many other models also being done, but just want to kind of point out some of these too. So I look at GPT 3.5, then GPT-4 came out in 2023, so just roughly a year ago, that's GPT-4. That has a larger kind of data set behind it too. And then there's also Codex in here, which is a model that's used by GitHub Copilot. That's for catering more for doing code generation. And then I also wanted to point out, too, there's Stable Diffusion, which is the first text-to-image kind of model, too, from Stability AI. And after that, it also kind of has led to, like, Dolly and Midjourney. I'm sure some of you are already using that to generate images and stuff. So those are the popular ones. And then one thing, too, just wanted to point out over here on the right side, BERT, too, which came out of, it's kind of like a pre-Gen AI kind of era. That's actually at Google. But interestingly, too, I'm putting a question mark now after my presentation at JCon in Cologne 3 weeks ago. Somebody said, BERT isn't really quite an LLM. However, I'm not sure. Maybe some of you also are working with. But from what my research is, BERT it stands for Bidirectional Encoded Representation Transformer. And from Google, it's an early research into like large language models. And it is actually supposed to be a model too. But some people didn't think it is quite a model. It's more of a transformer. So that's up to kind of interpretation. But certainly it is a precursor to the LLMs that we are so kind of like fascinated by in today, right? Okay, so that's that. And then there's also then other models too, for example, that came out of Llama 2, Llama from Meta, the former Facebook. That's open source and it's free to use. And then there's also Cohere, Command R2. That's also kind of a popular one. And then Anthropic, which actually they came from OpenAI with Claude. Claude is really good with kind of writing essays towards that. It tends to be. Okay, and then there's also Whisper, which is kind of more of the audio, kind of dealing with that too. So these are kind of like a sample of what generative models are. And then with the models too, it isn't as useful as if you develop apps, which there are tons of apps being developed now, but kind of these are like just highlighting some of these ones. First of all, too, ChatGPT, as we all know, is kind of basically based on GPT, that model, kind of fascinating us, all of these things. And then also another one is Gemini too. That Gemini came out from Google, and there's a multimodal kind of model to it too. So it's kind of quite fast. nice. And I still haven't used it yet. It came out like three months ago or something, and it's essentially replaced the previous BART too that works with Google AI too. And then there's also GitHub Copilot, which I point out already, and also maybe a lot of developers are maybe already using it. And then there are also other ones too I was just kind of putting in here. But again, there are tons of all of these generative apps out there too, and you're probably already developing some of those. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to point out in generative AI too, one area is of significant kind of interest. There are a lot of research too, and there are already examples as it is kind of popping out too. It's basically modality. As we all know, it first came out, it's more about text to text. So you'll be typing in some input, and it comes out result is another text. However, what is more kind of even more useful, as we all see, through, for example, stability diffusion, is text to image, that you can just type a text, and then there will be generating to you pictures. Or there are also now like video, which OpenAI also just came out with Sora. That was 3 months ago, I think in March, Sora. And it's pretty fascinating. You can be describing a scenario, and it generates the video for you. It kind of looks like real time and very real life-like too. And then there are also, of course, images, audios, and also code. We've seen that. And also like three-dimensional mode too. So this is an area that's kind of heavily, there are lots of research being done to it too. And as I mentioned too, Gemini too from Google too is a multimodal kind of model too to it. It can handle text, images, video, all of these things, and in real time as well. So again, I haven't tried it yet, but maybe some of you are already trying it. So just so you know too, Gemini, and you can interact with it through the Google API too. Okay, so how about people, right? We talk about these models, these apps, all of these modality. But people, too, are, what we care about. We are the people doing the work or participating in this whole movement. So first of all, just wanted to point out there are already data scientists. Their job is mostly to focus on the data, what it should be, right? And they tend not to be the ones that know how to implement things, right? Like us. For example, I'm assuming most of us are engineers here. So we are on the developer side. There's data engineer, AI engineer with focus on doing AI type of kind of implementations. And also, too, another new area that I'm also starting to try to do more research on is doing operations, ML ops. Essentially, to ML ops, think of it more like DevOps, but you extend it to kind of help with operationalize all of the machine learning type of activities, maybe in pre-training the models, and then later for inferencing, all of these things. And basically, it's still open up to a lot of research and understanding. And as such, and that's what I wanted to also reassure all of us, because everybody is like worrying about, okay, AI, Gen AI is going to take over our jobs. We can do Copilot to do our jobs. And I don't think so, right? I mean, right now, it's not able to think well. I mean, it can do things, but you still need to go check to make sure it is right. So by that alone, I don't think it's ready yet. I think it still requires all of our intelligence to make this more robust. And we need to be actually overseeing it, making sure the robots do its job too. So it's really far from taking over our jobs is what I'm trying to also say. And there are also new positions coming out, and I do believe even on the regulatory side, right, you need to kind of guarantee what it gets generated is correct. So as an example, just want to point out to you, I was just kind of at a meetup as listening to my ex-colleague talk. And he was saying that someone actually went and asked one of the, I forgot which model, but was just asking, was describing, well, I'm feeling depressed. I'm not very happy. I can't do what I want. All of these things, right? Very negative. And guess what? The chatbot came back and said, why don't you go jump off the bridge? So as such, if it comes back with an answer to tell you to jump off the bridge, we know it is not right. So how can it be, right? And so these kind of things, right? Yes, that's why the LLMs is able to answer, because it's churned through a lot of examples that are out there, and maybe it's talking about these negative things, but the LLMs is not capable of intelligently figuring out, is it the right thing to do? And people can say, go design a nuclear bomb, and they would go and do it. So all these things, right? And so bear in mind that I think we need to kind of be aware of all of these ethical implications. Don't just say it can do the work, but also we have to ensure that what we're going to do is ethical, is the right thing to do. Anyway, so these are like the players, and we are responsible for making it right, making it good too. Okay, so now let me then move on to some of the terminologies. GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer. So essentially, too, what it does is it takes simple prompts, and these are in natural human language format, right, as input. And what it does, too, is that it does what is called like pattern matching, or sometimes we say is search. It is sort of a search, but it's actually what is called similarity searches. As such, too, GPT, what it does is it answers questions for the prompts, and it produces contents such as essays, have a fashion that's being designed for you, and generate some videos, maybe even a movie, short movie, whatever it is, write a song, all these things, writing our program, all of these things is the work of GPT. So it came out, this GPT, actually only like about 6-7 years ago, 2018, at OpenAI, there was a paper on GPT. That was version 1. And then very soon after that, version 2, GPT-2 language model, also from OpenAI, it has a larger data set that it got trained on, and then it became kind of showing its promise. And then very soon, too, after that, then we can tell, 2022, not only is it text-to-text, there's also stable diffusion, as I mentioned, text-to-image model coming out. And of course, the rest is history. All of these things that are being done right now, Gemini can do multiple models, things too, and there are plenty of models coming out. So just wanted to kind of quickly point out. And of course, ChatGPT releases GPT 3.5, which is an AI tool that reached 1 billion users within 5 days in November of 2022. And then, of course, then there's 2023, all of these things, and I won't kind of mention now because all of the history is happening now, and it's happening really fast. Okay, so now, next thing is NLP. So what is kind of making all of this magic happens is essentially this study, this interdisciplinary subfield of computer science and linguistics. And so that's what it is, right? It's able to understand languages in natural language, spoken languages form, and being able to interpret that. And that's a big kind of advance and milestone in human computer science, too. So the idea is that you want to process natural language data sets, right, that came from huge corpora of text or speech kind of data, right? And it uses like rule-based or probabilistic machine learning and neural network to kind of process all of these. So it enables computer to learn from the contents too, including, not just like generating to you results that's kind of exact. And in fact, it is becoming able to figure out, kind of a context and results, what you're looking for. It's capable of generating, more than what you're asking for and giving you insights into things too. So that's the NLP. And so now the next thing is basically, let's talk about large language models, LLMs. And that's what we as developers, we interact with all the time, essentially. It is a type of machine learning model, and it's a foundation type of model too. And notice that, while it is amazing, the thing is, though, it's kind of actually limited too, if you kind of think about it. Yes, it can hold up a lot of data. It processes a lot of data. But the thing is, though, it's very expensive, right? It takes a lot of GPUs. Even with GPUs, it's not a day's job or an hour's job. It probably can take weeks to kind of train a model, for example. And so it's not like for, I'm talking about these general purpose LLMs like ChatGPT, for example. And it will take a lot of time, and it's not like us can go and train it ourselves. But what we can do, though, on our maybe individual kind of workload is we can, like say we work for an insurance company, you can actually train like small models. They are much smaller in comparison to, especially if these models are only meant to be for private use, for example. But otherwise, too, general purpose LLMs are very expensive and not, up to everybody to do it, too. And so, so as such, it is amazing, but it's not amazing, it has its own limitations. But let's kind of go back to that original diagram. But let's kind of take a look, what is an LLM? How does it fit into this AI, ML, deep learning diagram? So as you can see, right, the same, we have deep learning inside in the core of it. But now we can see more clearly how this generative AI fits in. There's image gen and LLMs, the transformers, kind of inside the deep learning part. And it's also leveraging a lot on data sciences, kind of theory and kind of mechanisms too from data science. And also too, it leverages on natural language processing to help it to figure out the prompts and generates what people would need to. So that's how kind of, if you take a look at this diagram, how it describes it. So. Okay, so now the next question is then, how can I work with LLMs, right? That's the thing, right? With all this theory or how it is, where things are. But essentially, too, just wanting to point out to you, right, there are libraries that essentially, just like anything, we work through APIs. So first and foremost, I'd say right now, LangChain is probably the most popular ones. And LangChain, by the way, is all Python, too, but also has JavaScript and TypeScript to it, too. It is, no doubt, is actually very popular. If you go everywhere, everybody is talking about LangChain. And then there's also Llama Index, too, also another very popular ones. And if you take a look into, there's a site called OSS Rankings, and you can find out the rankings based on number of GitHub stars. And by the way, these are all open source libraries too. So you can look into those. And Llama Index also is Python and JavaScript based. And then there's also from Microsoft, there's Semantic Kernel. Semantic Kernel too also actually has Java interface, has a Java SDK to it too. And then there's also as such as Gemini API that allows you to work with Google AI. And then also, too, one thing I want to point out is Hugging Face, too. So then you might be wondering, well, where do I get all of these models, right? So as such, Hugging Face, if you're not familiar with it yet, think of it like a GitHub for AI models and Gen AI resources. So you can go to Hugging Face and get an account and download a lot of models. There are, in fact, a lot of models in there if you are not familiar. So you can get, but make sure, too, when you download, a lot of these models are very big, too. So make sure you have enough resources to hold these LLMs that you want. But as such, again, you get tons of those. So it's just a place where you share all of the models, too. Okay, so here, JNation having a very strong kind of focus on Java, so I can't help but also wanting to share with you some of the Java-based API frameworks too. So first and foremost, I'd like to point out LangChain 4J. Notice that it is using the name LangChain, and it's kind of taking the concepts of LangChain, but it's not from the same group of people. But it is certainly kind of taking a lot of concepts and kind of carry on the spirit of LangChain, but it's basically implemented in Java. So it's a Java API. That one I'd say I would recommend, and some of you are already working with it, LangChain 4J. And then again, Semantic Kernel also has a Java SDK to it too. And then there's also another one called JLlama. This one is a bit more of a hobby thing. It's actually my ex-colleague. He's the architect at DataStax, where I was. And it's essentially Llama, but it's Java version of Llama. And it's a bit of a hobby, I'd say. He started off like that. And so that's that. And it's all open source, too. And then also another library called JVector, too. It's also from my previous company, DataStax. It's basically Jonathan Ellis' project. Jonathan was the Apache Cassandra project lead before, and then he still is with DataStax. But he looked at, because a lot of vector search kind of capability being built in to do similarity searches, because all of the data, as I will be talking next, is about vector database. So JVector is essentially Java implementation based on Project Panama, the vector API. So he has done that, and primarily right now is working with Apache Cassandra. But then it's kind of intended to help you with speeding up vector searches too. So that's JVector. It's a bit lower level library. And then there's also one more that I want to mention is llama2.java, and that one is directly a direct port from Llama, the C version too. So these are Java-based API frameworks if you want to choose to that. And so now you're wondering too, then how does it work, right? LangChain 4J. This is just a very really Hello World kind of implementation. But again, right, as you can see, this is an example. And so all you see is basically in the main routine, you just need to make sure you have an OpenAI. You go to OpenAI and get an API key. You want to associate your model with the key, and then with that, you can then use the model to generate your output. And in this case, again, Hello World is just all hard-coded. It's Hello World, and then you should be able to see that as a result. But again, this is just a little glimpse into how you use LangChain 4J. And as such, too, there are also embeddings and all of these other things, too, that comes with it, but I won't have time today to go through it. Tomorrow workshop, I will step through some of these with LangChain 4J. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about too is RAG, and maybe some of you, again, have heard of this, Retrieval Augmented Generation. So as such too, why this pattern? This too, as such, is an architectural pattern. It's not about implementation, because implementation is up to however you want to do it. And of course, there are already libraries out there, open source or not open source, that you can do. And essentially, too, what its purpose is to extend or kind of overcome the limitations of what LLMs cannot do. And as such, right, LLMs are big and huge. But the thing is, though, let's look at ChatGPT 3.5 as an example. It came out in November of 2022, but the data, though, the cutoff is up to only 2021. Then what will happen is that you try to, interact with the ChatGPT 3.5 chatbot, and then it comes back with answers that is, not capable of knowing because it wasn't trained on data beyond 2021. Then what do you do, right? So this is a technique that essentially the industry, kind of everybody is crazy about talking about RAG. And it's just the architectural design or kind of guidelines, so to speak, right, to help you to kind of fill in the gaps. So what it is a hybrid framework that integrates like two components of these RAG models. One of which is, as such, retrieval, then you need the retrieval model, and then there's also generative model is what generates you the outcome. So the idea is that the purpose is to basically produce text that's not only contextually accurate, but also enriched too with what you can do. It's essentially to the generative model's job to enrich it too. So thank you. Yeah. Okay, now then let's really first look into the role of the retrieval model. So the retrieval model, think of it like, okay, the LLMs doesn't have what I need, so I can actually feed external data to it. So think of retrieval model as like a librarian. I'm pulling in relevant information from a database, another database, or another corpus of documents too. It also can be an event stream, for example, right? If you're familiar with data stream, you can also feed that in to help you with your retrieval. So from this retrieval model, then the information is then fed into the generative model side. So the generative model side acts as the writer. And I'll take all of the information, I will enrich it and give it back to respond it back to the user who's doing the chat, right, requesting all of these information. So as such, too, this is summarizing role of the generative model is like a creative writer, and it's just synthesize all of the retrieved information into kind of coherent and contextually relevant and enriched kind of data back, right? So what does it do? Yeah, so they take the raw data, right, selected by the retrieval model and give it a narrative structure, and then making the information easily digestible and actionable too. So that's the thing. It's actually not that complicated, right? It's just logical. We are already doing it. For example, Java developers, you're in your company, you're already doing a lot of extraction, taking data from streams, building data pipelines. So you can apply RAG techniques to do what you can do to fill in the gaps for what LLMs cannot do. Okay, so that's that, and then I only have maybe 8 minutes. So very quickly then, let me bring into the next topic, subtopic area, which is about vector database. So what is that, right? Vector database as such is a purpose-built database, and it serves up vector data type for complex machine learning purpose. And as such, right, as we know, right? In machine learning, now we're talking about data that needs to be rich, right? It's not just scalar data type that we are more used to. We're talking about, okay, I'm going to say something, it can mean many things, and so it's multidimensional in a sense, right, in mathematical terms. So in order to be able to query and do searches on these data, so what we do is that we convert the data into vector data type. So if you kind of look into it too, there are also terms of, it's called vector embeddings. So the idea is that you take, for example, a string that comes in, and then you want to convert your strings into vector data type, which is actually, if you look into a vector database, you search for that column that is of a vector type, you see a lot of numbers. They are also floating point numbers too. So essentially, you have strings being translated into highly precision kind of floating point numbers, and they are array of floating point numbers. So that's what it is. It's like numerical representations. So how do they get translated is basically you do need some embedding models to do it. So now, for example, OpenAI also has embedding models. So let's say you want to try to store your data into a database. You want to use some OpenAI model. Make sure that you store them in, and then when you retrieve it, you use the same model to translate it back for similarity searches. Otherwise, it would not be accurate, right? So that's the embedding. In a nutshell, that's what it is. So essentially, too, what this is also called in machine learning term, is called feature engineering. So for example, you have all these data you need to crunch through. You need to essentially filter in what is most relevant for your usage, right, in your application. Is what is called feature engineering. And also, too, it allows for searching based on a techniques called nearest neighbor, and one of which is approximate nearest neighbor. And as the term it kind of imply, it's approximate, right? It's not like fixed to. And as such, because we're trying to search for data. So let's kind of take a look at the next picture. This mechanism, what is a vector embedding, right? So this is kind of an example. So if you are a math person, if you have studied linear algebra, this should come natural to you. But let's say not everybody has the math background. So let me kind of explain a little bit. So what we're more trained on is always about scalar data type is single dimension. We see something is right there and one dimension, that's it. But for vector data type, it's multidimensional, and this is an example of a two-dimension normalized vectors, but you can have actually as many dimensions as you need to. But for simplicity's sake, let's say, I have some data in here, very simplified. I have different data being translated into different vector data. So when you kind of put on a graph, a two-dimensional, that's how it looks like. And as such, in linear algebra terminology, vector mathematics, basically it's not only the value of your data, but it's also the direction, like magnitude and direction. So that's expressed on this like as vector 1, v1, v2, and v3, like that. But let's take a look at a bit more kind of makes sense to all of us. It's basically, let's say, we have like these data being stored. Let's say the red ones, dog and house, that's how it's represented on the two-dimensional plane. These are the vector representation. Now I'm trying to do some search. It's for a cat, right? The blue line, cat. So as such too, that's how it is placed on that plane. So as you can see, if I'm searching for something about a cat, then most likely the dog, in this particular case, a simplified case, the dog will be returned because the dog is closer, right, in terms of approximate. It's not exact, but you can say it's an approximate algorithms. So this is just visually explaining to you how actually it works, right, with approximate nearest neighbor type of searches. So in this case, you're searching for a cat, for something, and it's basically a dog will return to you like that. So I hope that kind of gives you a good sense of what it is. Okay, I only have 4 minutes. So really quickly then, as I kind of mentioned, right, vector search is basically that was just a quick example, but essentially it's you go deeper into it, there are actually different layers of searches being done, and it gets very deep into a lot of these mathematical principles too. So these are like, again, the nearest neighbors embeddings. And vectors are a new type of data supported in a lot of the established vector database. And these are just some examples of vector database. These are open source like Milvus, PG Vector, which I'll be talking more about tomorrow. Is basically PG Vector is an extension to the popular Postgres open source database. And there's also Chroma and FAST came from Meta. And Quadrant, too, became quite popular, as well as Weaviate, too. And Weaviate actually has an easy kind of Java SDK, as I learned from Soham, who's I saw him at the JCon, and he told me about this Java interface to it. I have yet to give that a try. So if you're interested, and also, too, wanting to point out, too, essentially, too, okay, first of all, vector embeddings, what is it being used for? So as we can see, you can use for searches, similarity searches, clustering, product recommendations, for example, anomaly detection, diversity measurement, all of these things like classification. So a quick summary of these usages. And the problem with some traditional database in AI, you can certainly like build data pipelines in different, kind of segments of data flowing through your system. But the thing is, though, with traditional database, remember that it can only handle like scalar, single-dimension data. So if you want to do searches, it's not going to be very efficient. But as such, I brought up that you can be building, like a system can be very complex. You have data flowing through different points. You can maybe use traditional database for drawing data from your database, right? Or kind of essentially traditional database, get your data, feed it into another pipeline that will go into a vector database. And as such, the usage of vector database in this case is to help you with similarity searches and storage as well. So. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, really quickly, this is another diagram. If you want to get more into it, how vector database, they all fit in. So this is a diagram that explains it. Okay, so now I think then I only have 2 minutes, really. So I'll just summarize. I don't have time today to do any demo, but tomorrow we'll do some, of course, at the workshop. So essentially, too, I'd say benefits of Gen AI is that you can just ask and then you will receive, right? It's kind of nice, but make sure to ask wisely, right? So it's kind of think of the bot can help you speed up. For example, if you're coding, I think if you do coding, things like you want to try to do a quick sort routine, this lower level kind of coding, I think it would do a great job. So you can spend more time thinking of higher level, solving problems on more kind of high level thing. And the challenges, though, don't forget there are hallucinations when the LLMs cannot answer you. It will give you back wrong answers, like an example that says, "Go jump off a bridge" or something, right? So don't ever do that. So be very careful. And also ethical concerns, right? And always be aware of that. And then also real-time, up-to-date data. How about using RAG? There will be some ways of helping. Okay, so then I think with that, I only have a minute left, so just want to quickly share with you resources. If you're interested in this slide deck, this is the QR code and also the bit.ly link, if you're interested. Now, if you miss it, don't worry about it, because you can find me or I'll send it to the conference organizer. They can share that with you, too. Okay, and then also the open source ranking information on vector search engine, if you're interested. If you go to ossinsight.io, if you're not aware of it already, actually you can find out a lot of rankings of a lot of open source libraries as well. And for me, too, I also have share with you, I have a stream on Twitch, and also I multi-stream to YouTube. So this is my stream. I'm kind of trying to go back to doing more Twitch streaming, too, maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks. Usually it's US Central Time, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, so that will be evening time in your time zone here. And then with that, I just want to thank you. I think I really have 5 seconds. So if you'd like to keep in touch, please, I encourage you to. I think this is a very exciting field. There's a lot of things to share. Nobody knows exactly, one or everything. We are all sharing. And I'm also the AI camp co-lead, too, in Chicago. So that's actually, I believe there's AI camp maybe in Portugal, too. So that's a great place to meet other folks who wants to talk about AI, generative AI. Anyway, so that you can get a hold of me on LinkedIn, or follow me on Twitter, and also I have a Discord server, too, that you can ping me anytime, too. So with that, I want to thank you very much for having sat through my talk, and I hope you find it helpful to what you're doing right now. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you. Yeah. That's good? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, feel free to, if you have questions, I'm still here. I'm still here today and tomorrow, too. So, oops.
So, hello everyone. Nice to see you all here. The guy on the big screen looked familiar, so I guess I'm in the right room. If you're interested in learning more about different tools and libraries in Java, basically have a sneak peek at a lot of different tools, then you're also in the right room, because that's what I'm going to do in the next 15 minutes. So I won't deep dive into any tool. I will just give a brief overview so that you're aware that different tools exist. And whenever you're like, hey, I want to learn more about that one, yeah, look it up on YouTube, watch the website of the project, and then see if you can maybe use it in your project at work. In my normal work, I'm an architect at ASML. Who knows what ASML does? A few hands, okay. Most people aren't familiar with it, but we actually create the machines that all major chip manufacturers use to create the memory, CPU, and everything in your smartphone and in your laptop. So that's what I do in my daily life, but I also like to share my knowledge, and that's why I created this session. If you later have any questions, feel free to approach me here or on one of the social media. Basically, I cover different topics in this session. So tools, I split them up in these 5 categories, and we'll go over them one by one, basically. If you want to look at the examples, I created a GitHub repository. I see it's just below the translation. So if you go to my GitHub, so /Johan Jansen, you can find it quite easily. So here I have about 60, 70 examples of tools and libraries. I won't be able to cover all of them, so if you think this is interesting, feel free to have a look later at these examples and try them out. You can just clone the repository and run the examples that you want. So here the list is shown of the different examples that I have. But let's simply get started with the first one, and that's about architecture. And the first one I'm going to show is ArcUnit. And with ArcUnit, I can basically specify architecture rules as unit tests. So let's have a look at some of them. So for example, I can create a rule where I say that all the classes in the controller package, which have the address controller annotation of Spring, should have a name that ends on controller. And that I automatically assert. Of course, I mean, I have one class that I named wrongly named, so I will get a failure in this unit test. So if I want to fix this issue, I should rename the wrongly named class to wrongly named controller, and I'm good again. I adhere to the architecture. So this is a very simple example still. What we can also do is say how different layers of the application should use the other layers. Let's say that traditionally we have that view layer and controller layer, service layer, database access layer, and we don't want to have like the view layer directly accessing the database layer. We can specify rules for that. So let's have a look at this one. So first we begin with all the classes inside the payment package should only depend on classes in either common or in one of the frameworks that I'm using. So I cannot use something from like the user package or some other package to make sure that I have the right flow of dependency inside my classes and packages. So here you see another example. So the common one, it can only depend on common stuff or on framework stuff. So it cannot depend on the payment or something else. And if I don't do that, I get exceptions like the one here. So you get quite clear exceptions if you don't adhere to the rule. And because this is like a unit test, it's run with every build, basically. It's not super slow or something, so you can just run it automatically to control your architecture. And then you can do it even more advanced, so we can define layers. So I can say, okay, I have a controller layer, and that's basically all the classes inside the controller package. And the same goes for the service one, which has the classes in the service package. And then I can add those constraints again, so the controller layer cannot be accessed by any layer, because nowadays everyone has like a JavaScript front end, which will then access the controller layer. And the service layer can only be accessed by the controller layer. So this way we can again make sure that we follow some architecture principles. And if we don't do that again, we get quite clear errors on what goes wrong, and we can fix that. Because often it's not even that we willingly do something different than the architecture, but we're just trying out something, we try to fix something, and then accidentally we might use classes that we shouldn't use from that place. So this is a nice automated way of trying to prevent that. And then we go to a bit more test-related tools and libraries, and the first is Auditorium. So in the past, what often happened if you have like asynchronous tests, so here we have some asynchronous code, really simple, basically it sleeps for 1 second, and then it adds something to a list. So to check if this happens, I can do that assert equals, but if I do that immediately, that 1 second here isn't completed yet. So then I can add that thread sleep of 2 seconds to make sure that the asynchronous action has been completed. Oh, I don't want that. Go away. And then I can check again if this happened. The problem of this example is that it always takes 2 seconds to, or more than 2 seconds to complete this. And if you have either a faster laptop or a faster build server, you sometimes get issues because you put it too low on one of those systems and you have tests failing because of flakiness, which is super annoying. So instead of that, we can use awaitility. So instead of doing a thread sleep, I can say, okay, await at most 2 seconds until that example list.size is equal to 1, and then I can do checks again. So this automatically runs basically, and then if we run the entire class, you can easily see the difference. So you see the first one takes more than 2 seconds, the other one a bit more than 1 second. So it's a bit faster and also a bit nicer to program this way instead of having all those thread.sleeps in your test code. Then we go to another tool, the Jacoco agent. Who here is familiar with Jacoco? I think a lot of people are using it to measure the coverage of your unit tests or maybe your integration tests. But who's familiar with the Jacoco agent? Not a lot of people, and that's what I commonly see. The Jacoco agent is something you can attach to your Java process, and it can measure any coverage. So if I'm doing monkey testing and I just click around in my application, or if I have like a performance test, or if I run my cucumber tests or other acceptance tests, I can measure the coverage that's being generated with anything that happens, basically. And it's relatively easy. And one example where we used it for in the past, we had acceptance tests, and often people say, yeah, you shouldn't relate that to coverage because testing pyramid and everything. But we thought we had quite a good coverage of the functionality with our acceptance tests in Cucumber, and we wanted to check if that was actually the case. So we measured the coverage of those tests, and we found out we actually missed quite some of the code. Quite some of the code wasn't covered. And when we dove deeper into it, we found out it was actually dead code. It wasn't used anywhere. So it has quite some good use cases where you can use this for. So let's have a look how it works. Scroll too far down. So I put in a small README in case you want to do this yourself. So what we basically do is we start the Java process. In this case, it's a simple application. So this jar file is being started. And at the same time, I provide that Jacoco agent. And I say it should not append stuff. And it should include the classes com.example.star. If you don't do this filtering, it will measure the coverage for all the code, so also for Spring or other frameworks and for the Java code. So probably you don't want that. You get a huge file of coverage then. And that Jacoco agent, this one, that jar file that you provide, you can just download it on the Jacoco website, so it's relatively easy to get. So let's run this one. So I run this. Now I have a relatively simple application up and running. So let's access that one. I think it was car. So now I access a simple REST endpoint that's small, but doesn't really matter for the example. So I went to the application. Now what's important is you need to stop the application. So I specify that the coverage should be recorded, but the coverage is only written once I stop the application. When I tried this myself, I was completely puzzled because that file stayed empty all the time. Then I went to grab a coffee and stop the application, and when I came back, of course, the file was filled. So don't make the same mistake as I did. Just stop your application. And then it writes it in some binary format, so you probably don't want that. So to create a nice HTML report, we can use the Jacoco CLI Also, you can download it at the same place as the agent from the website. Then it creates a nice HTML report. Let's have a look at that one. This one. So now this, yeah, you maybe are familiar with these reports from Jacoco, or maybe you integrated them in SonarQube or something like that. But this is basically the coverage that's being measured. And you can see here I only accessed the get endpoint, so that one is nice and green. And I didn't use any post stuff or call the exit endpoint, so that part is red. So I can measure any coverage that I want this way. Then we go to another testing-related tool, and that's PyTest. PyTest is a form of mutation testing. And what basically happens is, if you have the normal like production code, so code like this, I created a really simple example with some if-else statements. Then your unit test is run, and after that, some mutations are created of your code, so of your production code. So what it will do, it will, for example, replace this bigger than sign with a smaller than sign. And it will create different versions of your code. Could be like 8 versions of the code for each unit test, and it will run all those 8 versions of the code again. So it will run that unit test 8 times for the different code. And if the unit test is still passing, then basically your unit test isn't good enough because the code can be changed and the unit test doesn't fail. So that's basically what it's being doing. And this greatly helps you to create better unit tests. It's like a quality check for your unit test. For example, if you forget to assert some statement, or if you refactored code and you added some if-else constructions, and you forget to test that properly, PyTest will automatically warn you for it. So this is a nice way to automate the improvement of your unit tests. Of course, because it creates mutants of your code and runs the test again, it could be that it runs all your tests 8 times. So it can take a bit of a while to run this. So maybe you want to run this in like a nightly build and not on each commit. So I created one test, a really simple one. It asserts that in this case, the answer is 42, so probably, yeah, you can guess that I didn't cover all the branches. And then what I can do is I can easily run the Maven PyTest stuff with this command, or automate it in some of the Maven phases. And then I get a HTML report. I will just immediately show the report. That's just as easy. So here, if I click through, I see, okay, some parts are red, some parts are green again. So green is good, of course, and red is not so good. I can see what happened. So for example, it replaced the int return with 0. So instead of returning the highest value here, it returns 0. And the test still passes. So then I have a survived mutant, and that's something I need to fix. You can also see which mutators it uses, so which changes it is making, and you can also customize this if you want, but I mostly use the default set. So this way you can improve the test code that you write for your application. So next one. Testcontainers. Who's using Docker nowadays? A lot of people, right? It's so popular using containers. It really makes life easy. With Testcontainers, basically what you can do is you can automatically run stuff in a Docker container and test against it. And that stuff can be anything. It can be a database, could be something like Kafka or other messaging services or streaming services. So anything you have in a container. Big advantage, of course, is that in this example, that MySQL container, it will just spin up. If I run it on my laptop, it will spin up in the build server. I don't need to install MySQL somewhere and make it accessible for everyone. I just spin up the container. So for some types of containers, they already have this predefined class that you can use. Otherwise, you can just use the generic class and use whatever Docker image that you want to use. And I created a really simple example with relatively plain stuff where I retrieve the URL and username and password. I connect to the database and I store some stuff. So it's relatively straightforward. I didn't want to mix in other frameworks in it, but yeah, this automatically spins up my container, runs the test against it, and shuts down the container again. So this is really helpful and used a lot nowadays. Yeah, it takes a little bit of time, but you probably believe me that it works, right? And we have more cool stuff to show, so let's continue in the meantime. So I am actually going to demo a few tools at the same time. You can use them independently if you want, but I mean, to save some time, I mixed all of them at the same time in one example. I again have more or less the same car application with, I should show this one, it's a bit more interesting, with some REST endpoint that returns just some arbitrary information, not super interesting. And then I use Gatling basically to do performance tests. Maybe you did performance tests in the past with JMeter. I did it as well. Don't really like it. It's quite a lot of work to get some nice reports for your manager out of it, because it basically outputs plain data, and then it's up to you to use Excel and create nice graphs and stuff. And yes, some things in JMeter I didn't really like. That's why I started investigating Gatling, and in the past Gatling only had a Scala DSL. It was still relatively easy to use because you didn't really need to know Scala, but nowadays it's even easier. They have a plain Java DSL which you can use. And basically you write your performance test in plain code. So here I specify the URL, and then I create a scenario. So in this scenario, I basically have a loop that loops 5 times. I first access the car endpoint. I check that the response that I get back is a 200, so that it's basically okay. I pause, I access the other endpoint, and again check if I get a 200 back. Then at the bottom, I use this ramp users. So basically what happens is, if I start my test at 0 seconds, I have 0 users. Then after about 5 seconds, I have 4 users, and after 10 seconds, I have 8 users. So the number of users is built up gradually. There are different ways that you can do this. You can also start them at once. It's all possible. So this is all I need, basically. A really small file where I specify what I want to do. So let's start this application. And at the same time, what I will also show you is mission control. Anyone here used mission control? Few hands. So if maybe you did profiling in the past, maybe with Visual VM or other tools. If you ever have to do that, or if you're interested in this, I can really recommend mission control. In the past, it was included in the JDK. Now you need to download it separately with the newer versions of Java, but it's freely available. Where in the past you needed to pay Oracle as well if you ran it on production. Now you can use it everywhere for free, and it has really low overhead. So depending on how much checks you enable, it only has like 1% overhead. So you could even use this on production to profile your application. It's really built into the JDK basically, so it's really cool tool. And to do that, I have my car application here that I started. I can basically connect to it and say, okay, I want to start a flight recording, and I quickly need to go here to make sure that I also set up my, not that one, my tests, because else I need to be really quickly later. So this one, yeah, you can specify what you want. I just use the default settings, 1 minute, with everything enabled basically. So it's a bit slower, then it has a bit more overhead, but it's local, so I don't care that much. So this is running for 1 minute, so now I need to start. I think it was Gatling test. Let's double check in the meantime. Yep. So like mentioned, you can use these tools separately. You can use Flight Recorder separately, or Gatling, whatever you prefer, or combine them like I did. So here you can see that my test is getting started. Basic simulation is started. I see how much users are active, how many are waiting. I see if my requests are okay or not okay. See a bit of progress. Yeah, this goes really quick. So then it's done. And we can look again in the target folder for the reports. I ran it again also this morning, so I have 2 reports already, but both should be more or less the same. So if you're used to JMeter, yeah, you know it's quite a bit of hassle to get that plain text data into some nice graphs. This is generated automatically by Gatling, basically. A nice graph. It shows which requests went okay. So for car, they all are okay. For car parts, also they were all okay. I can see things like 99 percentile, which is often used within companies to determine what the performance of the application is. I can see the number of users that are active across that time span. Response times, number of requests per second, basically a lot of statistics, and you even can get more details if you look at the detail one. You see more stuff here as well. You can see it per endpoint that was being tested, basically. So there's a lot of information that you get for free out of the box when you use this. And next to that, we also had mission control running. So this is what mission control created. They give some high overview already, so you see a couple of topics here. So if you click, for example, on heap, it automatically analyzes and says, okay, most of the heap was used by only a few classes. Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I have a really simple application, so there's not much interesting going on there. But I can see really a lot of details. So for example, I can see which methods take most of the time in the application, so that way I can try to improve the performance of those methods. I can see which exceptions occurred. I can see when garbage collections occurred. All kinds of information about the garbage collection. So if you want to tune your garbage collector or try out different garbage collectors and see how they work under the hood, you can get a lot of information from this one. So there's a lot available. Also, which exceptions occurred in the meantime. Threads, memory management, everything you can see here. So really, if you want to do some profiling, go and have a look. Then I go to some other ones, like equals verifier, which is more for implementation. Anyone wrote their own equals method in the past? A few people. Do you think it was correct? Because I also did a try. So I created this student class, and I created an equals method, and I was like, yeah, it looks quite okay, right? Do some checks. I compare if the different fields are equal, and should be sort of okay, I think. But then when I tested it, actually, so with equals verifier, I can test each class if the equals method is implemented properly. And it's not properly because I get this. Found a problem in class, hash code should be equal, okay. A bit cryptic, but if you dive in a little bit, you can actually find the solutions. And I came up with a fixed student, so I needed to add final to all the fields. And you see here, I have a bit more checks in here as well. So if I run the test again against this fixed class, it doesn't throw any exceptions. So this way you can easily check for all your equals methods if they are okay or not. And then we go to GraphQL. GraphQL is like SQL, but then for your REST endpoints. So let's say you have a REST endpoint that returns a lot of information. I've seen REST endpoints that return like a megabyte of information, but on some pages, you only need the one name in that 1 megabyte, which is a bit of a shame because you get all the 1 megabyte over the line to your customer and only use a little bit. With GraphQL, you can basically say what you want to have from that REST endpoint. So in my example, I specified a schema, so I have an account, and an account has a user. So those are both Java classes. You can also see them here, account and the user. And I specified a query here, but the most interesting part is in the test here. Let's have a look. So what I do here is I do a query for the account, and I query for the ID and the number. So then, and then when I do that GraphQL, I use the GraphQL tester to execute the query against my REST endpoint. I can see that I got my ID back and my number back, because that's what I specified here. When I try to retrieve the user, it's not there, because I didn't ask for it. Then if I specify my query a little bit different, so here I say I want the ID, I want the number, and for the user I want the first and the last name. Now if I query again, I get that information back. So this way you can ask your endpoint what information you basically want. Of course, the disadvantages is that your controller is often a bit more complicated, so you need to do some query mapping and schema mapping stuff. So it's a bit more difficult to set up than a normal REST endpoint, but it gives you a lot of flexibility in cases where you desire that. Then, who of you has been approached by a recruiter in the last month? No one. Are you that bad? So I'm actually going to show you how recruiters work. So maybe after today you're like, I'm fed up with all this Java stuff, I become a recruiter myself. And so you can specify templates. It's plain HTML with some like special stuff in it. So here you can see, okay, hello, first name, last name, some function title, a list. So all these things will be replaced in the Java code. And for that, I use handlebars. And it looks like this. So I have some generic stuff, and then I say, okay, I want to add a person, I want to add some expertise. Yeah, nowadays, I mean, everyone needs 20 years of GraalVM experience, right? PHP, of course, I mean, also relevant if you do Java. J2EE, still some recruiters think that's hip. And of course, I mean, you need a really cool title, right? So I came up with a really nice one. So if we run this, I basically just output it in the console. You could also output it to a file or anything. And then what you get is basically everything nicely filled in. And now you know why they often forget your first name. They simply forgot to put it in. So yeah, it's a really nice job, 55 hours per week, days off. I mean, no one cares, right? And you get a really good salary. So this is how you could do templates. Of course, it's a joke that you can do it as a recruiter only. You can also use this if you send emails to customers or something like that. A lot of systems, they send emails with HTML, which you need to customize. And of course, you could do that in plain Java, but it's a bit ugly. With this, you can easily template it and replace the fields that you want to use. So I use handlebars. There is also Pebble templates, which is even more advanced than this. You can use different files for your templating and everything. So if you want to have even more advanced stuff, have a look at that one as well. I also included an example for that one. Then we go to Java Poet, which I think is one of the better names for a library, right? It already sounds cool. So what you can do with Java Poet is you can actually create Java classes. So let's say we want to create this class. Again, it's a student class with some simple fields, constructor, and stuff. So I can create that class this way. Make it a bit bigger. I can create a setter. I can create a getter. All this code is for that. Then I can create the constructor. I can create the class, and then the file. And I can actually create this. So if I run it, I have that class. So before you return to your job and rewrite your entire code base like this, probably your colleagues won't really like it. But this is used a lot in libraries and tools where dynamically classes need to be constructed. So then this is really helpful. So if you ever write like a library that's being used within different projects in your company and you need to generate classes automatically, then really have a look at this one. Then the next one is Job Runner. So we probably all have seen applications where you want to run some stuff at a certain interval and things like that. So for example, here I have a recurring job. I can specify the cron expression. Here I also have a job, and I say, okay, if it fails, I want to automatically retry it. So this add job annotation and add recurring, that's basically from Job Runner. Not do that. And if I run the test for this, and in the meantime, quickly go to this one before it's finished. There's also a nice dashboard for it, so you can actually see which things you have scheduled. So here I see I have some jobs, some recurring jobs, some servers. So I see a recurring job. I see something that's being printed. So this happens every 15 seconds, this every minute. I can see what's being enqueued, what's succeeded, what's failed. So a lot of information about the jobs can be found this way. It's a really nice one, and in the test, I actually have a few more examples. So here I also schedule some jobs, like every 15 seconds or at certain time intervals. This one that's being automatically retried, because it fails, I throw an exception, it tries it again. So this way you can do a lot of things with jobs, like if you want to do like database backups or whatever job you want to do, it's a really nice tool for that. And then another one where I quite like the name, JSoup. So with JSoup, what you can basically do is you can connect to the internet or even locally, and you can parse HTML documents. So let's say you want to retrieve something from an HTML document. In my case, I maintained some Chocolatey packages to install Java on Windows. And there is a page online where it says how many downloads there are. And of course, something needs to fail during a demo, so we have that here. Apparently, some security was changed. But normally, yeah, you can use this. You can see here how I go through, use some CSS tags to basically find the location inside the HTML page, and then I can loop over the elements that are being returned and find the information that I have. If I would have created the page myself, I could have, of course, used a CSS tag already on the information that I needed, but here it wasn't a page that I created, so I looped until I found whatever I needed. Then there is a tool where I always doubt if I should show it to you guys, because I actually am afraid that's going to work against me. You know these websites where they ask for your phone number. You don't want to give it, right? Because then people start calling you for sales stuff and other stuff that you don't like. So often you can fill in a fake phone number, right? You just fill in whatever, and it's approved. With lib phone number, you can actually check if someone supplied a valid phone number. So in this case, I have this local number from the Netherlands where I'm from, and I can parse this number, and I can check if it's a valid number. And this is like a landline number. You know, in the past, you had phones in your home with a cable and everything. So for those, you can even see from which city they are, but you cannot get the carrier. Then if you have like a mobile number, so in the Netherlands they start with 06, I can see from which country they are and from which carrier they are. So this way I can get quite some information, but most important one probably is the is valid. And it doesn't matter how I specify it. So if I use the 00 and then the country code or the plus sign or without it, it will automatically parse it. And yeah, this one is too short. It needs to be 10 digits, so this will fill. So this way you can check if your users are actually supplying a valid number. Then it could still be a number from somebody else, of course, but at least it's a valid one. Then we go to a tool called MicroStream. Basically, I guess most of you are familiar with it. You have that relational data stored somewhere, and you need to create a mapping. So often we use ORM frameworks like JPA, Hibernate, those kind of tools. With MicroStream, basically, you directly program against objects, which makes it a bit easier to program. So in my case, I have a relatively simple example again, where I want to store stuff. So I create a car, and I can basically say, okay, storage manager set root Porsche, which is this one. I can store the root, and then it's basically stored in my database without having to create mappings to tables, to different rows and columns and stuff like that. So it works quite automatically. And if you use Spring Boot, it's even easier. You can use those repository constructs of Spring Boot and say, okay, remove everything, and then add the different objects that I want to use. And in the end, basically, you can retrieve everything again with the find all. So this seamlessly integrates with Spring Boot if you want to use it. And then we come to another tool. And nowadays, every talk needs to have something about AI and cool stuff, right? So this is, I think, the closest to AI you'll see in this session. It's basically a tool to solve any scheduling issues. So let's have a look at one example. So, and let's have a look at the rules, because they are actually, oh, there was already something running. I should have stopped that first. Let's run this one again. And in the meantime, discuss the rules. So basically, it solves stuff based on some constraints that you give, some rules. So what I did is basically I did conference scheduling. Like for a conference like JNation, you have a lot of sessions, you have a lot of speakers. Some speakers might do 2 slots or 2 sessions. So you need to make sure that everything is nicely scheduled according to whatever you want. So I have a few rules. For example, that each room can only have 1 session at a time, because it would be a bit weird if another speaker would present next to me on a different topic, right? Then we have a speaker conflict, because yeah, most speakers, they cannot give 2 sessions at the same time, so you also want to make sure that the speaker only has 1 session at the same time. So that's all in these few lines of Java code. You basically specify these rules. Then if a speaker has multiple sessions, he or she prefers to stay in the same room, because then you're used to the audio, to setting up everything, etc. So if a speaker has multiple sessions, I mean, yeah, he's really happy, of course, because he has those sessions accepted, but we want to punish the speaker a bit for that and make sure that all the sessions are back-to-back to make him work hard for his money. And then we have language stability. So let's say here, I think here all the sessions are in English, but let's say some sessions would be in Portuguese and some would be in English. Then you might want to do all the Portuguese sessions in a certain room and all the English sessions in another room. So these are the constraints that we have. Now let's look at how that looks like. So I have a bunch of sessions, or a bunch of rooms basically here at the top. These are the rooms, these are the slots. And I have a lot of unassigned lessons. So these are all the sessions that I want to plan. Then I click on Solve. It takes a little bit. And then it planned everything. And then I was a little bit puzzled, like, why are there 2 sessions at the same time? Anyone an ID? Because I said that it shouldn't do that, right? Anyone an ID how this goes wrong? Basically, I cheated the system. I have more sessions than I can plan. And so it's my own problem. You still, with the rules, need to think carefully that you don't break the system. So here you can see I have 2 constraints, 2 hard constraints that I couldn't fulfill. So I couldn't find an optimal plan. And then I saw that was actually planned by myself, so that was quite easy to explain. But then I saw another one. I have Sander Mak, a former colleague who does great sessions, so I gave him a few sessions. So there's one here, there's one here, I think there's even one here. So he has 3 sessions. And I said that each session would be back-to-back, right, if it was by the same speaker. But then I noticed that here, there are actually other sessions in between. And at first I didn't understand that, so I looked a bit closer to the rules that I implemented. And then I found out that I actually specified that if a session is within half an hour of another session, then it should be back-to-back. But actually between these, there was a longer break. Let's see, yeah, here there is like a break from 12:15 to 2 o'clock. So basically, yeah, again, I messed up the rules. It's my fault that it planned it this way. So it helps a great deal, but make sure that your rules are correct, because, yeah, it's basically garbage in, garbage out. So make sure you do it correct. And then we go to Spark. So Apache Spark is often used for big data processing, or if you have algorithms that take a long time. Because with Spark, what you can actually do is you parallelize the work. So you distribute the work across 10 physical machines, 15 physical machines, whatever you want. And then it automatically parallelizes it for you. So I created an example. I have a data set from Amazon. I think it was 28 gigabytes, 29 gigabytes even. And it has all the reviews of Amazon for, I don't know, 10 years or something for all their products. And I searched through all of them to find stuff which is Java related. So I searched stuff with the text Java programming language. So I can run this. It takes a little bit of time. I think it's 1 or 2 minutes, but it actually does everything automatically. So it uses all my cores. It maximizes my computer. I run everything locally. Normally you would distribute it across multiple machines, of course. But it is able to process these big-sized data with only a few lines of code, basically. I tried to rewrite this in plain Java, and then, of course, you first need to find out how you, again, read a file, because you never use that. And once I got it up and running, of course, after I don't know how much time, I got that out-of-memory exception, because it's 29 gigabytes big, and my memory is only, 32 gigabytes, and it crossed the memory heap. So Spark takes care of that automatically. So even if you want to do something on a single machine, it could be actually easy to do it with Spark. Maybe it's then not the best performance, but it's relatively easy to set up. This takes a bit of time, so let's simply continue with the next one. And we'll go to the security-related ones. We'll start with the OWASP dependency check. So with OWASP dependency check, what actually happens is you download huge reports from the internet, and those reports basically then are used to check your dependencies if they have any vulnerabilities. Let's simply show an example that probably explains it better. So I configured it basically in the Maven configuration. If you use Grail, you can, of course, also configure it. And then I can easily run it with Maven Verify. In the meantime, my Spark also finished, so it took probably about two minutes. So now, normally it will go to the internet. It will download the latest reports if they are not up to date yet. I made a local copy so that I don't need the internet for that, but that's more for presentation reasons. Normally, you should, of course, make sure you have an up-to-date version. And then it prints a HTML report, or creates an HTML report, but it also prints the exceptions that you have. So I have an exception here for log4j. I don't know, maybe you heard of it. Apparently, there was an issue with it. So that's really easy to use. And then we have another one, POSI. This one I didn't know, someone else came with this one. But it's actually, if you want to test if someone provided a valid new password, you often have some rules, right? Like some uppercase, some lowercase, some weird characters. And you can try to create a regular expression for it, but yeah, I'm too stupid for regular expressions, so I need something else. With this, I can basically just define some normal human-readable rules. And then what I can do if someone adds a new password, I can say, OK, validator validate. Yeah, this, of course, is too simple password. So I get some really nice responses as well. So it should contain 2 or more uppercase characters, blah, blah, blah. And then I can create a bit more difficult one. It still complains because there is 1, 2, 3 in it, and that's not allowed. Then I create an even more difficult one, or actually 2, and I can check that those are valid. So if you ever need to validate passwords, have a look at this one. It's really convenient. And then we'll go to another way to manage your dependencies, and then not checking if there are any issues, but checking if there are new versions of your dependencies. So for example, to make sure your Spring Boot is up to date, or one of the other tools, frameworks, and libraries that you use is up to date. Because you can do that manually, but it's often forgotten. So it would be easier if it was automated. And there are tools available that do that automatically for you, like Dependabot, or you can use Renovate, or other tools. And they basically create pull requests automatically. So if I look at my pull requests, I already merged all of them. For example, here I have a pull request to update the PDF box, and this is generated automatically. So I basically run a job once. You can run it like once a week, or you can trigger it manually, whatever you want. And it creates a pull request basically with the updated version in it. And then I only need to say, OK, accept that pull request, maybe even automatically run a build on that pull request to make sure your code doesn't fail, and then you're good to go. And then we have another one, which is called Open Rewrite. Who's already on the latest version of Java? No one, right? But let's say you want to go there, because I hope everyone goes to a new version of Java soon. You can do that manually and fix every compile issue that you find. Or you can see if you can do that automatic. So with Open Rewrite, it provides a set of recipes, basically, to automatically update your code. So it could be from one Java version to the other. It could also be from one framework to the other, so from Spring Boot to Quarkus, or vice versa. So there are a lot of recipes already available that you can use. You can also write your own ones if you want to. And that way you can basically upgrade or change your application. So how does that look like? Let's go to it. I configured a little bit of stuff in the POM, and then I run a command that does the upgrade. And the nice thing is, it doesn't only upgrade my dependencies, it also improves the code. So if you upgrade to the newer version of Java with multi-line strings, it will automatically transform your ugly traditional strings to multi-line strings. So it improves your code base, actually, as we will also see in this example that's now running to upgrade. So I do an upgrade now from JUnit 4 to JUnit 5, also something that you could do manually, but it would be nicer if you just automate it. So it already gives some messages, but I can also simply use get diff. And then I can see what basically was changed. So of course, my dependencies are changed. The old one is removed. I get a new one. But it also fixed my formatting. So here I have some spaces or a tab. I'm not sure, but it removed it. Here as well. So I have something that's possibly null, and I compare it to some string. It automatically turns it around because this is more null safe, of course. So it makes a lot of changes in your code base that are really helpful. And because it's, so here it uses new constructs of JUnit. Also the new exception handling is being used, as you can see here. And it's all, it's basically Git stuff. So if you don't like it, yeah, you ignore it or you remove it again. But at least it gives you a starting point in your upgrade of migration to another tool, basically. And then let's go to another tool. Okay, it doesn't want to stop. How many of you are using Maven here? Quite a few, I guess, right? So normally when you do Maven, you can do like Maven compile, right? Oh. You can grab a drink. And I'm not even running tests. I mean, that would be even worse. I could get another drink. Yeah, then you're waiting, right? Almost done. Yeah. Now I could do this. I could do Maven daemon compile. First time it will be a bit slow because it's starting a daemon. It looks a bit like the Gradle daemon if you use plain Gradle. So first run is still taking a little bit of time, but it was already, I think, faster. Let's make it a bit bigger. Where is it? It doesn't show the total time this time, or let's simply run it again. So now it's 1 second. So yeah, you can either do this next week for your project as well, or don't tell your colleagues, because it will mean you get less time to drink coffee and chat, right? And there are actually some more improvements now with Maven. You also have Maven cache extensions, which you can also add to your project. If you need to make use of a bit recent Maven version to allow that. But with Maven cache extensions, it's caching stuff, and that also greatly improves the build time of your application. So yeah, really, if you want to increase your build time, use either the Maven daemon or the cache extensions. The Maven daemon, basically the only thing I did is install the Maven daemon. I don't need to change any POM configuration for it or Maven configuration. It works out of the box. So with that, I think we are nearing the end of the talk. So are there any questions, last questions, before we go for lunch? I won't keep you too long. Yeah, just shout. If I understood it good, but it's really far away, if you use timefold, can you later adjust the schedule that's being made? Yeah, I think that's possible. I didn't try it myself, but from what I heard is that for example, DevOps Belgium, they use timefold to create like a first version and then make some changes to it later, yeah. But yeah, the alternative would be that if you run it first and it's not completely like you want it to be, you could add an extra rule to make sure it produces what you want. But sometimes it can be tricky to have the good rules. Yeah. Okay, then thank you all very much and have a good lunch.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Yay! I'm just waiting for a couple of more minutes because I see some people are coming, so you can take a seat and then we can start. Nice. Okay. Hi, how are you? How was lunch? Nice. Awesome. To be honest, I didn't eat. I was very nervous, so I couldn't eat. But after this talk, I will be fine. I will eat. Thank you, everyone, for coming. My name is Eleftheria. I'm coming from Greece. And today, we are going to talk about DX, UX, and UI. And hopefully, after this talk, you will be able to improve your product or your company's product, or I will give you some ideas, and you will be able to improve your future product. You can find me on social media, mainly on X or Twitter, however you want to call it. But also, if you have a lot of questions, you can find me on my email as well. I will be here. You can ask me questions here, as always. But I know some of you are a little bit shy, a little bit introvert, so you prefer social media. That's fine by me. And in the end of this presentation, we will also have a small giveaway. We will give away this plushie, and it will go to the best question, or in general, a question. So feel free to ask me anything. All right, here are the things that we are going to see. A little bit of UX, DX, and UI. What are they? We're going to see a lot of examples, and then we are going to get a little bit more practical by seeing some tips and actually how we can improve our products. This is for the products that we already have or for the products that we are about to build. And in the end, we will have some tips and tricks, some do's and don'ts for UX, UI, and DX. Are we ready? Let's start with the examples. So, who said washing your hands is an easy task? Or who said picking the elevator floor is an easy task? And as I was searching for examples, I found a lot more examples with elevators and even rooms, like picking your room. How hard can it be? These are all bad examples. And then we have some examples that are a little bit closer to you, maybe something like that. How many times have you tried to type a new password or to reset a password and you had some bad luck? Was it you or was it the product itself? And we will see more examples with logging in and passwords a little bit after as well. Have you seen something like that? Maybe if you're too young, you haven't seen that. Good for you. But there is also this case as well. There are a lot of examples, trust me. Okay, now let's actually start with DX, UX, and UI. What are those things? And we are going to do it in a way that usually you don't find so easily on the internet. And although there is an ocean of content out there, of course, you can find a lot of information about all those stuff. But here, the thing that we are going to do a little bit differently is to take these things from the perspective of the user and then the perspective of the developer. Let's start with the user's perspective and UI. UI stands for user interface. So user interface from the user's perspective is what a user interacts with a product and what taps on or clicks on, and the whole experience is localized in a device. So it can be, I don't know, your phone, your laptop, whatever. From the other hand, user experience, UX, is how a user feels when they are using a product. And this time, the whole experience is localized in their physical body. For example, you can see them smiling, which means that something nice is happening, or you can see them moving their hands up and down in a fast way. So probably something bad is going on with this product or with this service. Now, let's see the developer's perspective on UI and UX. This time, things can be a little bit more complicated. And I have this analogy here. So we see a big iceberg from far away, and the thing that we can see is only the tip of that iceberg. But it's not only that. Underneath that big iceberg, there is an icy mountain below the sea, and there is the icy weather that makes everything to stand out, so you can see that tip of the iceberg. So something similar is with UX and UI from the developer's perspective. The user interface is what you can see and what you can interact with, whereas the user experience is what you can see alongside with what you don't see and what holds everything together. Now let's move on to the DX. Here, the user is actually the same person with the developer. So we have only, let's say, one category. And the thing is how the person are interacting with our technical product. And when we're saying technical product, we have it two ways. It can be a product that another developer built and we are using it, or we are building a product that other developers are going to use. So here, user and developer is the same person, whereas in the two previous categories, it was not the same person. And that actually is very, very crucial, and we will see why in a bit. We will see now some more examples with bad UX, DX, or UI. And the first one is coming from a friend of mine, Victor. If you are into UI, UX, I would advise you to follow him on X. He's really good with tips. So he tried to use a product only to get that error you see in the first image. And then after that, he got another message that he could actually not buy that product because it was not supported in his country. I think that this is pretty bad, and there is definitely a way that we can improve that. All right, now let's see some more examples, and most of them are my personal examples, like I found them lately. So one of them is coming from ChatGPT 3.5. I got this red thing over there, but I think we could improve it. What do you think? I don't know which conversation is that. I don't even know why I got that message. I still don't know. Another thing. I think this is more visual, and you can clearly see that there is something wrong with McAfee. How hard can it be these days to have a nice, responsive product? I guess it's pretty hard. I don't know. We also have this. You may not see it at first, but I will tell you what it is. And I deliberately have the date there. Can you guess what the problem is? Someone? It's a small visual thing again. The problem is that now we don't call it Twitter, and the icon has changed. At least if you want to be professional, don't do that. Like, I call it Twitter all the time, but when I'm trying to be professional, I change both the icon and the word. Let's keep this and go to the next one. Can you find here what the issue is? To help you and to give you a hint, you have to actually read the text. So this time it's not something visual. The problem here is that we have his. These days we don't use his, we use theirs. And if you think that maybe the person had logged in and the system knew that they were a male, no. As I said, these are most personal examples, so I'm a female. Okay, that is one of my favorite examples because it's again with passwords and setting everything up. Let's read the text. Password must be between 12 and 512 characters and contain at least one alpha character. Passwords shorter than 20 characters may not have 3 or more repeating characters. Isn't that a little bit complicated? I hope you have better products. I don't know. I found this really complicated once again. Another thing that I recently had, I tried to upload some images on a presentation, and I couldn't do it. And I got this error, like one or more images or video formats are invalid or unsupported. So my question here is, did I actually try to upload images, or did I try to upload videos? And were they unsupported, or they were invalid? And what was the issue? Let's say that I tried to upload a PNG. Was the problem that I tried to upload a PNG image, or something else? And should I have uploaded a JPEG, or something else? And if it was a video, what was wrong with my video? And we are talking about Google here and the product from Google. Yet, there was not a good solution. So I don't think just because there are some big, fancy companies, everything works out perfectly. It clearly doesn't. And here, some images are missing. This is also a very recent example, so I don't know where the images were in that case. And also, here, something clearly didn't work very well for this company. Yes, okay. This one is another example that I had it in my company, which I don't know if it will. Okay, yeah. So in my company, Crab Nebula, we are using Mastodon, and I tried to upload a short video, but I couldn't, and I was getting that error 413. Shouldn't I have any other explanation rather than the 413? And as a simple user, am I supposed to know what to do with that error? And again, we are not talking about a small product or a small company. We are talking about Mastodon. I'm just saying that. OK, enough with the examples. Let's see what actually a UX designer team do. And if you're thinking that, OK, yes, I'm not a UX person, maybe you are working in a small company that they don't have a lot of people to do that job, or you want to improve the product that you already have, or you want to persuade your boss, your manager, that some things need to change, then I think that, again, these things will help you. Let's see what does a UX designer team do. They solve real problems for real people. And the key word here is a word that I haven't written, is real people. I'm missing the word real. And I say that because a lot of times we are creating a product and we think about ourselves, or we think about our friends that are maybe developers as well, which means they are probably really good with tech. But if we give that product to someone else, that they are not like tech savvy or anything, will they be able to use that product as easily as we can? And UX is all about creating something that everyone can use, and everyone can use with ease. And again, in my company, I think a few months ago, we had a nice live stream that we were talking about UX and DX and UI, and we had that thing that we called can my grandma use that product? And we have here Tejas that was, yay, that was doing this presentation with Attila and some other folks. So when you're creating a problem, when you're creating, a product, think about real people, like your grandma. Can she use that product? Because you and your developer friends, yes, they can use it, but you're not creating products only for them. Let's move on. OK, so a UX design team actually do some of the things that I have here in this pyramid. I will read that from the bottom to top. We have user research and analysis, content strategy, and information architecture. So in the bottom level, the UX team will do some interviews with people that are going to use that product. And then in the content strategy, they will create a strategy and they will move on. I will give you more details about finding real users a little bit later again. So what does a UI designer team do? Again, I have the same pyramid, only this time the UI team will focus on the top two layers. So it's interaction design and visual design. And And something that I really like to mention in my talks is that UI is not only visual. It's a lot more than that. As UI, a lot of times we will think about images, maybe typography, I don't know, usually maybe buttons and stuff like that. But it's really not only that. We have some machines, and we can shout those machines, and we will get results. OK, you don't have to shout. You can speak as low as you want. But the point here is that this is UI, a different kind of UI, but still a UI. And it's not only that. We have a textual form of UI. It doesn't have to be something fancy. It doesn't have to have like nice colors or animation or buttons. It doesn't have anything of that, but it's still a UI. OK, now what does a DX team do? And they are doing several things. One of the most important things is that they are writing technical documentation. So whatever form you can think of technical documentation, they are doing it. And if they don't, they should. So I have here a few examples. But again, it's not only that. I'm saying they're writing. It's not only writing, but it's a more general thing. It's creating content. For example, it can be videos, YouTube videos, or it can be live stream, or the DX team can be in the places that their developers are. For example, they can be on Discord and seeing what people want there and trying to improve that. They can be on X, on LinkedIn, on Reddit, or in another platform. The next thing that they should do, or they are doing, is selecting developer tools. And just because your team or your company are using a specific method, a specific tool, it doesn't mean that they should stick to it forever. We have new tools every day. So one of the things that the DX team should do is to pick the best products, the best tools to help their team in their productivity, in making things faster, safer, with more security. And another thing is defining workflows. Everything should be written in a nice way. And again, this can help developers to improve their times. They can help with productivity and all the things that I mentioned earlier. Now, in DX, we have many roles. And I found an example from Uber that I really liked it. If you think that a DX is a person that is only a developer, it's actually not. If there is a big DX team, it can include people like educators and technical writers. And I would even say that it can have people who will create videos, or who will create a specific technical content, or they will talk with other developers. So again, it's not only one thing. Now I get it that if you're working in a small startup company, or in general in a small company, then the DX person will have many hats. And that's actually, I also do this talk, because from my experience, I used to work as a front-end developer. Now I'm a community manager. But from my experience as a front-end developer, I had to do a lot of things. Like sometimes I had to take care of the design, sometimes I had to speak with the clients, sometimes I had to find new things and stuff like that. At a glance, what makes a good DX? There are many things, but a research on GitHub found that it's all about collaboration, speed, short feedback loops, high degrees of automation and integration, low levels of friction, and transparency, well-documented processes. Think about all those things and think if your company has those things, or how can you improve those things inside your company to help other developers as well. And now, a question that I, again, lately get asked is about AI and all those things that I mentioned, as well as AI and if they are going to take our job as developers or designers. I will focus here not on the developer side of things, but on the designers. And I Googled that question myself, and the short answer was no. Because we have a lot of AI tools, and all those AI tools can help us a lot. They can speed up the process. They can help us in areas that we may not experts. For example, I want to make a perfect responsive web page. Maybe I cannot do that, but there are AI tools that can do that. There are many, many, many things that AI can do for us, but there are also some things that AI cannot do. For example, DX and UX has to do a lot with real people. It has to do a lot with empathy. And AI, at least today and in this point, it hasn't reached that level. OK, now let's go to one of my favorite parts, which is the 10 usability heuristics by Jacob Nielsen and Don Norman. They were manifested in 1995, and Jacob Nielsen is the father of UX. He started as an engineer in Apple, and then he transitioned to UX father, because he actually invented that. And when I say heuristics, you can think of that as 10 tips. And if you right now have a product or a website or a service, whatever, feel free to check your phone and then check those 10 tips that we are going to see if you're actually do those things, if you're actually implementing those things. And the first one is visibility of system status. Your user always wants to see things, and they want to know that they have the control of the product of their service they are using. Imagine taking out your phone, and the first thing that you see is probably time, notification, dates, maybe an image, a cover, or something like that. Now imagine someone taking all those things out of you. How would you feel? Probably a little bit naked or something. You want to see things. You want to know that you have the control of the thing that you're using. That's the same thing with the product that you have. The next one is match between the system and the real world. People will presume how your product is working based on their experience with other products. So don't try to change everything. If they know something, they will try to do the same thing in your product as well. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't try to have something innovative, something cool, but there are some simple things like delete or copy-paste that they're working everywhere in the same way. So don't try to change those small things. The next one is user control and freedom. Either we want to or not, our users will make some mistakes. Even if we think that we have the perfect product, maybe they are in a hurry, maybe they didn't pay attention to something, so they will make some mistakes. That's okay. We can give them the freedom to go back. Maybe we can clearly have a back button. We can have an arrow, which means go back. We can have an undo action, or we can have a message like, are you sure you want to do this? We should always give them the freedom to change something or go back. The other thing is consistency and standards. Just because something is different, it doesn't mean that it's useful. And again, as I said earlier, if something works in a specific way and users know that, don't try to change everything. Again, the same, OK, the same example that I gave earlier. If we have a delete button, that delete button should always be the same. Don't change the word from delete to erase or something else. Or if you have like a bin, that means delete, keep always the same bin in your app. Don't change the icon. Don't change the colors. Keep one thing at a time. The fifth one is error prevention. And this one is like really cool because I also showed you a similar thing before in my examples. So, as I said, our users will make mistakes, either we want to or not. Yeah, that's OK, that's fine. We've already talked about a solution. But there are two things. We have two kinds of errors. We have the sleeps and the mistakes. The sleeps is the thing that, OK, you will make a mistake, but you will have an undo, you will have a back button, and that's OK, there is an easy solution to that. Now, the mistakes is the actual problem, because it means that our users are making some mistakes because they don't know how to use our product, they don't know how to use our app, and that problem is on us. This is a little bit more difficult to identify, but if you do identify that, then go back, sit down with your team, and find a solution to that problem. It will take more time, but eventually you will create a better product and a better app. The next thing is recognition rather than recall. And again, here our memory has two types. It has recognition and recall. We always want recognition. Recognition is when we see something and we can quickly identify it, whereas recall is when we have to go back in our memory chunks and try to think of something. For example, when we are trying to think of a date, this is recall. But imagine that, again, we were searching for dates, but this time I had like 2000, 2010, 2020, then it would be much easier for me to pick the date that I want. And some solutions here, again, can be with images, it can be with having some autocomplete, it can have, like, I don't know, pick the text instead of having to think about it. The next one is flexibility and efficiency of use. Every user is unique, and each one of them have different skills, and they are on a different level, let's say. So we have the first-time users, we have the users in the middle, and we have the power users. Your products should strive to be easily used from everyone's perspective. The first-time users, probably they want things to be simple, maybe they want some guidance, maybe they want to do and like check if indeed they did something, they indeed do that action. And from the other hand, you have your power users. These users want to be in absolute control. They want to do things fast, with secure. Probably they don't need to read everything because they already know how to do stuff. And of course, you have the people in the middle. Maybe they want to check something, maybe they don't want to check something, maybe they already know something, but maybe they're not sure about that. So try to have something for everyone. You, as a developer, probably belong in the third category. You are the power user, and you know how everything works. But then give that same product to someone that they're using it for the very first time. Can they do the same things as you can? And if they can, how fast or how slow can they do those things? Okay. This is one of my favorite rules, is aesthetic and minimal design. If you're not very advanced with design, which I get it, you are probably a developer, you're not a designer, start from creating something simple. Start from creating something that, for example, you can read it, you can easily scan it. Don't focus on some crazy animation and some crazy text and some crazy typography. Yes, those things are cool, but you probably don't need them. You don't want like fancy colors, you don't want any of this stuff, at least if you're just beginning now. Go with the simple stuff. So every time I suggest here having some black and white to your website, okay? That's always working. Have a big font size. That's really crucial. We are not 20 years old. We cannot read. We want some bigger font sizes, please. That's for me, at least. Okay, stick to the very basic things, and if you're okay with that, then you can always move on. The ninth rule is help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. Here we saw the examples earlier with the Google Drive that I was trying to upload some images. You should always tell your user, hey, this is the problem, this is why it's not working right now, but this is how you can fix that. And I found the examples that I have in the images pretty good. Okay, and the 10th and final rule is help and documentation. Yes, you should try to have the perfect product, but because not all users are like tech savvies, maybe some of them will want some help and documentation, which is really cool. You should have that. It doesn't mean that you should have something very technical, or it doesn't mean that it has to be something very big, or you have to direct the people to another website or to another YouTube video or whatever. Keep it small and to the point. And then always provide more help. So if they don't understand something, maybe they can reach out to you. Maybe you can have a link so you can redirect people in some other place. But first, I think even a couple of sentences, sometimes it can be enough. Cool. These were the 10 tips. I hope that they will help you improve your product, or they will help you create better products in the future. But we have more things here. Let's start with some quick tips about DX, UX, and UI. So the do's and don'ts of UX. Don't assume you know what your users want. I've said that many times until now, but you are not the user, at least in most cases. If you are talking about DX, then maybe you are the user as well, but for all the other products, probably you're not the user. Don't assume what they want. You should always observe your users, how they're interacting with your product. Don't follow the hippo of the room, and hippo stands for the highest paid person's opinion. So just because your boss or your manager said something, it doesn't mean that it's actually true. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Double check it and make sure that they also know your opinion, because you also have something cool to add. Don't prototype and don't code too soon. Always test it. Do focus on what people do rather than what they say. And this is what made Don Norman the father of UX. Because what he did differently from everyone else is to actually observe how people are using the products. It's one thing to ask me, okay, Eleftheria, did you check that? Yes. Did you like that? Yes. But it's another thing to actually see me, for example, it is an app or something, and it's a different thing if you see me, if you observe me, how I'm using your app. Did I scroll too much? Why did I do that? Did I click a lot of times in something? Why did I do that? After I did something, was I happy? Was I sad? What was wrong with that? And you can do that only if you observe me. That's why a lot of times we say that surveys, they're not enough, because in surveys you get the results, but you don't know why you got these results. Maybe I was happy one day, so I thought your product is really cool. Maybe I was sad one day, and I thought that everything is black, and I didn't like your product at all. But this is not the actual truth. Now, don't overlook existing insight from customer care representatives. If you have the chance to look or work with your support team for a little while, I would suggest you to do that. There are many things that you can see and you didn't think about them. At my previous company, I had the chance to work a little bit with our support team, and there were things that, because I was working in that company, I could do them fast and easily, but obviously for the other people, they weren't like that. So I could really suggest you, if you have the opportunity, to check your support system or to speak a little bit with your support team and see what people are asking in their support channels. The other thing is, do collaborate. You're never alone, and that doesn't stand only for UX, but also for DX, for UI, and for other things as well. Do find someone qualified to do your research or become yourself a little bit more qualified. And I hope that with this presentation I have helped you a bit. And then let's move on to the do's and don'ts of DX. Always document everything. This is from where we are starting, and when we are ending. Documentation is everything, and we can have different types of documentation as well. You are a developer, you need the documentation. Now imagine other developers that are going to use your product, how much they also need the documentation. Reduce ramp-up time, and this is when a developer is coming for the first time in your company, how fast they will do something, and that something will go in production, will go live. And don't overlook soft skills like empathy. I think I mentioned it before. Empathy is one of the most important things, and it's not something that everyone has it in them, but I think that it will be better if we could, all of us, focus a little bit more on empathy, because it not only makes us better people, but it also makes better products. And I found a quote that I really, really liked. It says, "Great DX shortens the distance between intention and reality." And if you take a moment to think about it, I think it's so to the point. Now let's go to our last part, which is the good and the bad of UI. You will see two parts here, and you can pick your side. So the designer's mindset. The good one listens to everyone from decision makers, team members, and stakeholders, whereas the bad one judges and suggests solutions all the time. Which one are you? Now the good one questions the status quo, digs deep to find out real problems and needs, whereas the bad one follows the rule, we've always done it that way, and tries to fix symptoms only. The good one takes time to ask about what is missing and is always uncertain about their understandings and designs, whereas the bad one follows their assumptions and is always certain about their work. The good one has many solutions and ideas, whereas the bad one has only one idea and invests all their time to persuade people that their idea is the best one. Now, the good one loves working with others, they love to collaborate and revisits their thoughts, has something to learn from everyone they meet, whereas the bad one loves to work alone. They try to confirm their thought and thinks they know everything. Now, the good one loves to be wrong and seeks feedback, whereas the bad one loves to be always right and seeks praise. The good one leads, and the bad one follows. Pick up your side. That was it, guys. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm open for everything. And don't forget that we have a plushie giveaway. So, yeah. Do you have any questions, or do you have any feedback, or do you have any concern, or anything that you want to mention? There is a question. I don't know if you can get the microphone to the people with a question. Can you please raise your hand again? Yes, if you want, you can do that as well. Okay. Yeah, so there are many things that you can do. For example, there are the heat maps. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but for example, with the heat maps, you can see, the users don't see it, but you can see where they stack, in what, you can also see what they are seeing. There are different tools with that, so if you Google search like heat maps, I think that you will find something that you're looking for. I think there are some free tools as well. And there are also other tools that they log the actions of your users. So they will log where they clicked on, or like how they moved the mouse and stuff like that. Again, your users cannot see that, and it's not something illegal. But you just install this to your website or whatever. It's very easy, and then you have a lot of information. Like the first time I did that, I thought it was something illegal because you could actually see whatever they were doing, but it's not, because it logs out everything. So yeah, I think this is a nice way. Yes? Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a good question. I think there are a few things that you can do. Obviously, it's not an easy task. But for example, you can, for the first-time users, you can have some tips and tricks, like as Trello is doing, or some other tools that they are using. But then these tips can go away if they are a second, third-time users. And you can know who are your first-time users, because probably it's the first time they're logging in or they are registering. And for the other people, maybe for your more advanced people, maybe you can, again, keep in memory which of them are more advanced, so you can show the things, the specific things, only for them. Maybe you could have, like, again, a type of memory, and each user can do their own things, and your system will keep those things for your more advanced users. Do we have more questions? I think Okay, I don't know any specific tool for that, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, that again, those heat maps tools that I mentioned before, they can also do that. And there, another way is to do A/B testing. So, for example, in A/B testing, you have something, let's say in an A way, and you see how fast or how easily people will complete an action with that A way, and then you can have a B way for the same amount of time, and let's say you have 50 users with the A way and 50 more users with a B way, so you can test there in which way they will do it faster or with more ease, and again, stuff like that. I'm not sure if I answered your question. Yes, exactly. And again, there are some tools that they can do that automatically for you. If you don't want to use a tool, you can obviously do it manually, but I know that there are some tools that they can do that. And for example, they can do that in the same time. So for example, it doesn't have to be 1 week 50 users, another week 50 more users, but sometimes some users will see one thing, and on the same day, some other users will see another thing, because from day to day or from week to week, some things may be changed for your users, and if it's something time sensitive, maybe you want on the same day to see the results. Do you have more questions? I think we have some more time. Sorry, I didn't. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. And if you had to use one way, I would say even if you have less people that are juniors, I think you should focus on this group, because at least you will have something for your juniors. And then if the more advanced people want to read the documentation, they can read the same things as a junior would read. But also there is another thing here that you can do. You can have a TL didn't read thing. Maybe you have 2 paragraphs for your juniors, and then you can have 2 sentences, a TL didn't read thing. So your more advanced person, they can just read that thing and they will know what to do. And or you can also use a little bit of AI to have some of those 2 paragraphs, so the more advanced person, again, can quickly find what they are looking for. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I have like a small tip here, and I do have that tip because I'm also quite, yeah. Okay. I will answer you in a bit. Okay, after this nice break, I have a small tip here, and I do have this tip because I'm also quite shy and introvert, and sometimes it's not easy for me to speak to people. But what I try to do is to always have some backup. For example, before I present something, I want to have a good research. I want to have some data to back up what I'm going to say. So if the other person say, okay, that's wrong, or I don't believe you, or my way is the best way, then you can say, no, that way is better, and then you can show the data, or you have a way that your solution is the best, and you can back this thing up. That's what I would suggest you. Yeah. Do we have more questions? I think that we have some more time. Yes? Yeah, yeah.
I was thinking about accessibility in some ways, because that's something between the design work and the development work. Should be the person that should be like notes or trying to implement, or the designer that actually needs to take a look also in what the depths are looking, how you approach that.
Yeah, that's very good. I didn't mention accessibility, but it's actually quite true. I think that it should be a combination. Maybe if you have a junior developer, maybe they will not think about accessibility, but if they have a good leader or a good DX person, then they should go and say, okay, let's focus a little bit more on that. And maybe the developer is also very focused on their specific task, so they need someone to tell them, okay, let's do that well. So yeah, indeed, that's a good thought, and I think it should be something that many people will have to look. Do we have more questions, concerns, feedback, or anything? I can't see a hand, so if anyone wants something, they can just speak loudly.
Any tips or resources for developing interfaces you're working for the diverse audiences, especially when you have a simple things as like gender selects has so many trends these days?
Yeah, I don't think I have a specific resource for you, but I would say it's not a resource. So I would say just test whatever you are doing, test it with people. And something that I actually, again, I like to say is that you should not give that thing only to your colleagues or only to your team members, but try to give that same thing maybe to your parents or to your kids or to your ex-partner. They will say the truth about your product. Your mother-in-law, they will say the truth about your product. So yeah, I don't have any resource, but I would say to test everything with real people. Do you have more questions? Okay, I think not. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, I had a lot of questions, so whoever wants, they can pick up the plastic, because I couldn't see your faces, so I don't know in which one to throw it to. But yeah, just come and pick it up. I will be here. Thank you.
Legal. Boa tarde. Como estão vocês? Estão bem? Eu sou Spencer Gibb, sou líder do time do Spring Cloud. Sou dos Estados Unidos, do estado de Michigan. E estou muito animado de estar aqui hoje, minha primeira vez no Portugal. And now I'm going to speak English for the rest of my talk, okay? If that's the best applause I get, I'm super excited. So I'm going to start with a selfie. Is that all right with everybody? All right. Proof for my boss that I did work while I was here. So I've been on the Spring team for 10 years. And really enjoy my job, and I'm going to talk about some of the things that are new just recently and over the last year or two as well. First, we will do a little bit of history. Spring has been around for a very long time. In some cases, 20, 21 years, depending on the date you look at, whether it's commit history or GA release. Spring Boot is 10 years old, and Spring Cloud is headed there as well. Our upcoming releases later this year, towards the end of the year. And if you ever wonder, out of all these versions, because we all have different version numbers in every project in Spring, what are they compatible? Go to start.spring.io, and you can see what is compatible. So, has anybody here seen Josh Long talk? And a few of you, right? So what's his favorite place on the internet? You know? Production. And the second favorite place on the internet? Start.spring.io. Anyway, so here you can add a dependency for Spring Cloud, and then you can see what versions match. So in this case, 3.3.0 and 23.0.2. So if you ever wonder. So some of the new things in Spring recently, we have a new baseline Java version, Java 17. We're really excited to be able to use a lot of the new language features and libraries. There was a big change from JavaX to Jakarta, right? So all those enterprise Java things that we had a big namespace change. Declarative clients were implemented in Spring Framework. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then we'll also talk about some of the native and AOT things that we have done. Observability moved out of the Spring Cloud project into Micrometer so that it could be used across more projects. And one of my teammates will be speaking about that later today, actually. So if you want to know more about the current state of observability, metrics, tracing, all that, go see Marcin speak later today. He is awesome. All right. So we've had many Java versions since 17. Right? It's kind of a big deal now, releases every 6 months, and we get new things. So when JDK 17 came out, and we were deciding on whether we should do a new major version, it was decided to raise the baseline. So that was the Spring Framework 6, Spring Boot 3, and anything later than Spring Cloud 2021. What we try and do on the Spring team is support all the long-term support JDKs, and then the current iteration of the 6 months. So I think now we're at 23. Anyway, I think I show that here in a little bit. But JDK 21 came last year, and we added support for that, which brings virtual threads. We'll talk a little bit about that as we go on. JDK 22 was just released, and so the latest versions of Spring Boot and Spring Cloud support JDK 22, and all these are all the new things that are in JDK 22. We'll get JDK 23 by the end of the year, and of course we'll have support for that as well. But when we have support for 23, we will then drop support for 22. So Spring Boot 3.3 just came out. What are some of the new things that are interesting here? So what I've tried to do is each of these little vignettes of what's new in Spring have some documentation links for Spring Framework and Spring Boot or the other projects where they are. So, and there'll be a link to the slides at the end, so you don't have to take a picture of everything. So an SBOM is a software bill of materials. And what it does is it describes all the dependencies included in your application. And this can be very useful for security, for compliance, for whatever regulation, whatever industry you're in. It's very useful to have that. So Spring Boot supports Cyclone DX, and it creates an actuator endpoint. So now you can query your applications and say, what do you include? What's packaged with you? And you can see, so here's a sample URL for an actuator, and then each component is listed, it's listed its version, and then some cryptographic hashes as well. That way you can compare to make sure that nothing's changed. Excuse me. Next is class data sharing. Oh, man. Sorry about that. Class data sharing. Whoa. My voice just went. It was all that Portuguese I was speaking. So class data sharing is a feature of the JVM, and it's been around for a long time, actually. What you do is when you pass some flags to the JVM on startup, and it creates a snapshot of all the classes that are loaded in your application. It creates an archive when you exit. Then you can share that archive with all your different applications and benefit. So recently, support was added in Spring Boot so that you could extract the application in a format that is suitable for CDS. And we also have build pack support. Build packs are like automatic image creators, and they make it so that you can build images via layers, and it's very, very handy support. Anyway, you can get some pretty fast startup times just by using class data sharing. Another thing that has changed recently is our documentation has been upgraded. Yay, documentation, right? In this case, it was Spring Boot's turn. You can see that we have things like a search box now, where we didn't have that before, and also links to all the other projects and resources on spring.io. Next, we'll talk a little bit about performance. So virtual threads, the former project Loom. Jürgen Haller, the lead of the framework project, said it was a new degree of scalability for Spring MVC applications. So they've added support for virtual threads in the schedulers and executors. And if you're using Spring Boot, all you have to do, for the most part, is set this setting to true. And when you do that, there's auto-configuration for your container, for framework, and other things that are have virtual threads enabled. Another bit of performance is checkpoint restore. Anyone notices my typo there? So the project is called Coordinated Restore at Checkpoint, or CRAC, which is not the greatest of names. But this also it's more comprehensive than the class data sharing, So this takes a whole snapshot of the JVM that's in memory and writes it to disk. So it's much more comprehensive. It's also further limited in scope. In fact, I think it only works on Linux right now. But we updated the lifecycle management features of Spring. So that we could turn things on and off consistently. And there will be more continuing work done on this as we go. If you want to learn more about performance and things, see Patrick's talk later today about lean Spring Boot applications. Patrick's right here in the front if you want to wave. He'll be right here on the stage later today. There were also some new clients created recently in Spring. First up, and my favorite, is REST client. So in the beginning, there was REST template, right? Who's all heard of REST template? If you've used Spring, you've probably used REST template. It is trusty and it works well, but its API is a little unwieldy, right? So when Spring Framework 5 came out, they created a new client for Webflux, which had a great fluent API, but you had to use Webflux, right? So even if you wanted to just use the client, you still had to bring that in. So REST client is the synchronous analog to web client. And it looks very nice and is very, very easy to use, right? You can see here at the bottom this nice fluent API rather than the big, long, parameters to different methods calls. So one of my goals was to use this in one of my projects, and it's now used in the new MVC gateway, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So similar is JDBC client. That is a fluent API over the JDBC template. So again, you can pass parameters and query parameters and all those things to the new template. And also there's a new support for Jetty's HTTP client. Testing, we all love testing. Who here loves testing? Oh, that's pretty good number of hands. I sometimes find myself, I just don't want to do this, I don't want to do testing. But Testcontainers has been around for a little bit. Who has heard of Testcontainers before? Good number of you. If you have not, Testcontainers is a library that allows you to manage Docker containers during testing. And the Java integration is fantastic. So you annotate your class appropriately, and one or more Docker containers will start before your test runs. It's changed the way I view testing, and now when I need to test something, I can test against the real thing, whether that's a database or whatever it is that I need to be testing, I can use test containers. Spring Boot added a new annotation called service connection, because if you bring up a database, right, you need to know how to connect to that thing. What's the host? What's the port? What are the credentials? And this annotation bridges test containers and Spring Boot properties. And by default, there's support for all sorts of different things many of the things that Spring Boot provides auto configuration for, there is support for test containers. And it looks something like this. You put test containers at the top, and then you define a container according to how to do that from the test containers, in this case, the JUnit integration. So in this case, we're testing Neo4j, and before any of our tests would run, it would require Neo4j to be up and running. So very awesome. So anytime I use it a lot for Redis, for example. And anytime I need a Redis container, I just do this, and it works very, very well. But also, you don't just develop an application with unit tests, right? You want to run your application, poke at it, and you want all those same services up. So there's a developer experience part of this that the Spring Boot team has created. So there's a new method on Spring Application that you can use in your test context, your test sources, and it allows you to configure these containers for your running application. So you create this test application in your test sources, and you reference your main application, and then you can provide all the containers it needs. Oh, boy. I'll need another one here. Thank you. I apologize. There must be some dust or something up here that I'm a little allergic to or something. Because I was just talking fine before, wasn't I? I didn't have this problem. Anyway. All right. So Testcontainers has changed the way I develop applications and even the way I develop things in Spring Cloud. Along with Testcontainers, there's also Docker Compose support. So this is where you have one file, it lists all the services that you want, and it manages multiple containers. And there is a module now in Spring Boot that allows boot to manage Docker Compose. So it will bring all those containers up or down. And it uses all those service connections to get all the right configuration, and you don't have to do anything. All right. So there are some new projects that have come about recently. The first is Spring Modulith, right? How many people here are doing microservices? A number of you, right? I mean, that's basically what Spring Cloud is designed to do, is to help folks do microservices. But it comes at a cost, right? So the increased complexity of microservices can be hard to deal with. So this project, it's called Spring Modulith, and allows you to efficiently build a monolith, right? But to keep the different modules separated. And there's validation that happens when you use it. It creates some documentation for you. It has testing facilities, and it also has runtime observation of your application to make sure that you're sticking to those defined boundaries. So this project is near and dear to my heart. The Spring Cloud Gateway MVC. So when I first created Spring Cloud Gateway a number of years ago, it was built on Webflux. And Webflux is built on Project Reactor, so it's a reactive streams application. Have any of you done any reactive streams, whether that's Reactor or something else? So a few of you, right? And it can be pretty complex, right? Just the nature of asynchronous programming like that can be difficult. So when virtual threads were going to be released in JDK 21, my team decided that it was time to build an MVC version. So when we had done Zool from Netflix in Spring Cloud, that was built on servlets. And so for a number of years, there wasn't an option for an API gateway module from Spring Cloud that ran in MVC anymore. So we decided to build it. So it's built with WebMVC.fn, so the Java DSL is provided by Spring Framework, where in the Reactor version we use a custom DSL. I wanted it to be simple, as opposed to the complexity in the Reactor version. Sometimes it's an organizational requirement, right? That some organizations don't want to run Reactor, or they only want to run Tomcat or something like that, and Spring Cloud Gateway only ran on Reactor Netty. And you can now embed this in an existing Spring MVC application. I think I'm going to take a few minutes and do a demo of Spring Cloud Gateway. Where should it go? Oh, it's right there at the top. All right. All right, so in this case, we're using Spring Boot 3.3.0, and I'm using a snapshot here. Actually, we just released this, but I haven't had a chance to change it. And Spring Cloud Gateway Starter MVC. So we can show you a few of the things that we did before. Let's see. Oh, this is the class I wanted to show you. So here is my test application. You see I reference my main application here. It's got a few configured routes in it. But then we also have this class HTTP bin configuration. Has anyone heard of HTTP bin before? It's a website or a service that allows you to just send a request, and it responds with all the information you sent it. It's very handy while you're building an HTTP gateway. And so here, since there's no built-in container for this, I had to do my own thing. But I'm using the testing configuration that we just showed you. So this is the container that is running HTTP bin. So when I run this application, you can see over here, started very quickly, that here we're starting Docker that's running an HTTP bin container, okay? So super easy, super nice to use when you are building and running and debugging your own application as opposed to just running tests. So let me come back here. If you learn nothing from my talk today, I want to give you one of the tools I use almost daily in my development. It's called, well, first of all, who's here heard of curl? Curl command? Okay, awesome. Almost all of you, yes. So the tool I use is called HTTPy, and I call it curl for humans, which is what we are. We're not machines. Curl was meant for machines. So in this sample here, I've created a route. So this is what, if we go back to here, this is what a standard WebMVC.fn. So rather than the controller method, this is the functional method of doing things. It requires you create a route, and then you need some predicate to match your route. In this case, it's get/hi, and then there needs to be a handler to handle it. In this case, it's referencing this method here. So, but in this case, we do the same thing. We create a route. We get/anything, but instead of a custom handler method, we have this HTTP method provided by Spring Cloud Gateway. And what it does is it handles forwarding the request and retrieving the response for you. And I'll show you why HTTPy is curl for humans here. So you can see that the response is color-coded and formatted pretty, right? So that's HTTPy. So if you learn nothing else, you might have a new tool now, okay? Some more advanced samples. So I'll just show you this. I won't run this one. So in this case, we have get with this path, right? That's just shorthand for the HTTP method .get and the path, right? So you can do complex predicates here. A little more complex, you can check basically anything in the request. So in this case, you can check a header. So if we do that, terminal's right here. So it's going to match b.r, right? So if I say this, I'll get a 404, right? But if I do the original, then you can see we did the get here. And we passed, there's our header that we passed in. There are more complex predicates, such as host. You can nest predicates. We have customers that have thousands of routes, and they're waiting for this feature to be able to nest things to be more efficient. You can read the body. So in this case, we want this path, and the body must contain the string hello, right? So in HTTPy, in the previous example, you saw the colon separated, sent a header. In this case, if you put equals, it will send a JSON. So this was the JSON that was sent, and there's hello, right? So we made it there. You can also, now beyond predicates, you can start to do things with filters, like adding headers. You can change the path. But then you can start to you can also change the response. So you'll notice that there's a before. So these things can change the requests, and after can change the response. And you can also do some pretty complex things. So in this case, you can do rate limiting. If you want to read an interesting short white paper, you can go read about the token bucket algorithm, which is what our rate limiting is based off of. Basically, it's modeled after a physical bucket. Every X seconds, a token gets put in, and when a request comes along, it says, do you have any tokens? If you do, you take one out and you proceed. If you don't, you get an error message. So in this case, we have one token every 5 seconds. So if I submit the first one, it's fine. If I submit it again, I get HTTP 420 mine, which is too many requests. And you can do other complex things like retry and circuit breaker and other patterns that we have. So that's my demo for today. Back to our presentation. So another new project that is pretty interesting is Spring CLI, where start.spring.io is for creating an application, right? You can't use it to update your application. Say you want to add JPA, right? Or Spring Data JDBC, right? You can't do that via start.spring.io. So This is built on Spring Shell, and it allows you to do those, we call them day 2 activities, right? Updating and modernizing your application. It also has, you can create applications through it. It has initializer support, but it also lets you modify and create your own custom packages that you can apply to a project. Whether they're Gradle or Maven, it really doesn't matter. And it also supports some AI things. So one of the hottest projects is Spring AI, for obvious reasons, right? There's a whole machine learning and AI track here at JNation, and we haven't not noticed that either. We've taken it to heart. But in classic Spring fashion, the idea here is that we don't implement an AI service, right? There are other people that have done that. What we do is create an abstraction over those so that the developer interface to them is the same and has a consistent feel regardless of which AI service you're using. So there are various interfaces that allow you to do that. There's also a prompt template so you can send information to these different services. We support those that are listed, and more are coming quicker than you can count. So there's an interesting, one of my colleagues, actually I don't think it was, but they wrote a full application in just a few lines of code that uses Spring AI, and it was pretty amazing how quickly it worked and what it could do. So where are we going with things? So for our support timelines, each version of a project is supported for a certain period of time in open source, and then beyond that we have commercial support. So for example, the previous Spring Framework line of 5.3, it will end open source support at the end of this year, but the commercial support will be another 2 years. And you'll see that some of the Spring Boot and Spring Cloud versions have already ended their open source and commercial support. But you can go online to the Spring website and see each project's support timelines. So they have a whole history here, but of all the recent ones, you can see when the support ends. So for example, Spring Cloud Gateway, you can see its support timelines here. We don't have a support timeline for the umbrella Spring Cloud project. It's up to each individual project for the support timelines. So later this year, we will have more information on CDS. So there is a project called Project Layden, which is an effort to take the work done on GraalVM and CDS, various different performance projects, and bring them into the JVM proper. So we are continuing to we work with the team at Oracle on the Project Layden and integrating it into the Spring Framework. There will be AOT, stands for Ahead of Time Compilation. So we'll continue to add support for those improvements to Crack and Layden. So Spring Framework 6.2 will come out later this year. We'll have initial support for Jakarta EE11. And there are some core framework and spell revisions, lots of little things. They've gone back through their backlog, which is extensive, being 20 years old, and have started to do some of those things that maybe haven't been as important or high a priority and are picking those things up now. One of those that's interesting is the at fallback bean definition, which allows you to, if there's not a primary one or if there's not one defined, you can define a fallback bean. We also have started doing enterprise releases of Spring. So every quarter, all the Spring projects do an enterprise release that is for customers. And here, this is the commercial support that I was talking about earlier. We fix CVEs. Ooh, there we go. And customer-requested patches and bug fixes. And we also do dependency updates, but only at a patch level. So once you get to commercial support, you'll never see a library get updated to a minor version. And it's all in a private Maven repository. All right. So this year, we'll start the release train this summer with milestones of framework, boot, and cloud. And we'll all end up, it's a very interesting dance with the Spring team to do a release. We start with micrometer on one end, and then we go to reactor and framework, and then all the other projects, and then Spring Boot, and after Spring Boot, Spring Cloud. So it's very interesting to watch it all happen. But by the end of November or early December, we'll all have done our GA releases for this year. All right. Well, I think my little catch in my throat made me talk quicker, so I got through this much quicker than I normally do. What questions do you have? I can do more demo too if you'd like, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Go ahead.
So my question is about Testcontainers. I want to ask, like, is there something I'm missing? Because when I tried Testcontainers like 4 years ago, the project I was working on, we actually abandoned Testcontainers because it made testing so slow. Is there some kind of a trick or configuration that I could miss? Or am I the only one to complain about this?
So his question or statement was that they abandoned Testcontainers a number of years ago because it was slow.
It's really cool, by the way. I don't want to hate on it. It's a really cool project, but we tried, me and my team, we tried it for quite a while, but we let it go because it was just so slow.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things. I think it has improved, right? My test container started, let's see, 43 in 2 seconds, right? Of course, HTTP bin is very lightweight, right? One of the things that I do, for every test, it would start a container, right?
Exactly, yeah.
You can do, they call them static containers, where you can...
I tried those too, yeah.
Yeah, I do that. In Spring Cloud Gateway, we have, excuse me, in Spring Cloud Console, we have a single container that comes up, and then we reuse that for all the tests. So that's one way we do it.
Okay. Well, maybe I missed something back then, I don't know. But yeah.
I mean, it also depends on what you're putting in the container, right? Like if it's Oracle and it's going to take 5 minutes to start up every time, then, I mean,
yeah.
not that I'm picking on Oracle. Sorry, that was a bad.
It wasn't just a simple database. It was more, so.
Yeah, so, right, it kind of depends on what you're doing, so.
Okay, thanks.
But it's transformed, like, I won't do anything without it anymore. It's so awesome. Anyway, thank you. More questions? If I don't see you, you can just talk because I got a bright light in front of me. Well, if not, what? Did I hear one? No? All right. Well, if you would just want to come talk to me after, we got a few minutes. So appreciate you coming to my talk. Thank you for your attention. Boa tarde e foi prazer.
Check, check. Oh, wow. People still coming in. You know, this is almost the end of the day and you're at a security talk, right? You're all aware of that? Yeah, that you're not thinking like we're going to talk about some fancy AI kind of thing. But then you're in the right spot, so welcome. First, I need your help today. I have a few references and I hope you can either enjoy them, but you also recognize them. I mean, this one. Who recognizes this reference? At least, does anybody know where this is actually is? London, exactly, London, King's Cross Station. This is the reference, obviously, to the Harry Potter movies. And Harry wants to go to platform 9 3/4, which doesn't exist, apparently. There's 9 and there's 10. But if you're there at the right spot, at the right time, with the right tool, and the right amount of force, you use the right amount of force to bump into that wall, you get into platform 9 3/4. That was an amazing fairy tale, but actually, this is pretty much how security works, because from the front, it looks like, this is all solid, works on my machine, I did all my freaking tests, and now we jump into production, right? But there's this one dude or gal on, I don't know, normally it's in the movies with a black hoodie on, right? Coming around with the right tooling, with the right amount of force, at the right time, at the right spot, and just comes into your application. Think about that. But let's get a little step back, and let's see how we create applications. Think about it. Most of you work in teams, I hope. And as a team, you get an assignment, and that assignment is a very small proof of concept. A very small proof of concept like this. It's very, very scaled, very bordered, like we're doing this. But we all know that MVPs and POCs will never stay proof of concepts. Once they're in production, they're there. And they stay there forever. So the thing is that this was absolutely well-scoped, it's perfect, fit for purpose, great, works. But it was a proof of concept. But then your product manager comes up like, hey, can we add this tiny little feature, right? And you're like, sure. It's really actually a bit of out of scope, but it fits, and we do that, fine. So this works, this is in production, and for several months, it works fine. And then that top-level unit manager comes up to you and says, the magic word says in, from a business perspective, it makes a lot of sense if we combine whatever you have with this application. And you're like, sure, you pay the bills. So, works, right? And then it goes on and on and on, and you build certain things on top of certain other things. However, it was not meant to be because the architecture is not right. You have break down things to make it happen, but hey, we already had this, so why should we rebuild it? That's always the things that we get. And in the end, you know that saying that if you give them one finger, they will take your whole hand and your arm up to your legs, and then you have an application that talks to the moon and flies helicopters. And that's how we build software. However, would you trust this building to live in with your family? Probably not. But this is how we build software. And if I sketch it like this as a structural building, everybody says this is insane. But remember, if we build like this, and you put the right amount of force at the right spot with the right tools, either you break it down or you get in. My name is Brian. I'm a developer advocate for Sneak, which means probably that I used to code a lot and now I email. I don't know. Ask 10 developer advocates what they do, you get 25 answers. Anyway, Java champion, I do stuff in the community. I am based in the Netherlands. That's why I'm the NL Jug leader, or one of them. Blah, 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 not important, because we need to talk about certain things. Who of you uses a database? All right, who of you does not use a database? Good for you. So most of you probably use relational databases. So who can tell me what these two things in SQL mean? Just scream, come on, don't be shy. Comment and end of statement, yes. The semicolon is the end of statement, and the dash is, we use it for comments. And these are a hacker's most useful commands in SQL, because I can now interfere with SQL spaces. And normally we call this SQL injection. So how does SQL injection look like? Obviously, I have an application here. Let me see if that works. Let me spin that up, pray to the demo gods. Maybe I should have sacrificed a pig or something, but yes, it works, fine. So localhost 8082, and what we see here, I have an application. And over here it says, search product by name or description. That's cool. So let me just enlarge this a bit like this so I can actually use it. And what I can do now is, maybe I can do something like, wait, my extension is still on. Let's put one password off or else it starts screaming at me. Let's do something like this. Because what I'm doing here, obviously, I'm breaking down something. I'm putting comments here, so the rest of my query is not happening, and I put something in between. I will go to the code in a second. So this is what I'm starting to do, because, as I told you, I'm from the Netherlands, and the folks in the Netherlands are considered a little bit cheap. So let's make all the prices 0. Great, free coffee and free beers. So obviously, we know what SQL injection is, right? One of the things, if we look at SQL injection, we probably say, hey, you could have prevented this. And how can you prevent it? We'll get into the code in a second. How can you prevent it? Now, well, in most cases, we have 2 different answers. It's either we can use prepared statements, or we can use parameterized queries. But actually, that's wrong. It is prepared statements with parameterized queries. And we'll get in a second what the problem is. Because who of you is a Java developer? All right, then you did some schooling in Java, you probably did some courses in Java, and if you normally look at Java, you see that this is a SQL injection, right? We'll see that the parameter over here is actually something that comes in from the user and is without doing any form of sanitization or validation. I make it part of the query. So I could do silly things like this. Update queries, I can use my semicolon to stop it, to put something else in it, and put the rest in comments. So if you do the old-fashioned way of creating a connection with the driver managers, you probably have seen this, prepared statements. And it's not just a prepared statement, it's a prepared statement with a parameterized query, because I parameterize the query with a question mark, and in the second line, I will put the statement in as, in this case, the first value of the thing. But what is the difference? If you have just parameterized queries, it can be either on the client side or the server side. But for a prepared statement, it's different. For a prepared statement, what you do normally is that you create a query, and you send that query with some blanks or with some question marks. You send that over to the database. At that point, the database already creates the execution plan with the blanks in it, because that is what we need to put in the second step. So in the second step, we actually put in the variables, but because the execution plan is already created, you are unable to interfere with that execution plan, because that is what we do if we short down that query, do an update statement, and then do the dash dash for the semicolon. So, but in this case, I'm not using the old-fashioned prepared statement things in my application, because I'm using Spring. So let's go and see what's happening. I already scanned my code, and it luckily saw for me that, hey, dude, you've got a SQL injection. So let's look into that. That SQL injection starts at my home controller, that's the input, and goes all the way to my search repository. So let's go to the search repository and let's take a look at it. Let's get this one down. Search repository. And what you see over here is I'm using JPA, and I'm using a Spring native query. Because, hey, I thought it was easy to do this because I need to search on both the product name and the description. And it would even make more sense if I need to do some interesting things as joins or inner or outer joins in my query to do it like this, because this is how they taught me at school how SQL works. Well, obviously, over here, this input is part of the query, and the query is sent over to the database as a whole. What I could have done is, as you can see here, I wrote it in comments, is that I could still create a native query and then set the parameters in the second space. The thing is, parameterization is one thing, but parameterization, for instance, in a lot of JavaScript frameworks, happen at the client side. So, who of you is using Spring Boot? Who of you knows if JPA is using prepared statements or not? One person. Yes or no? Yes. You will get the consultancy answer from me. It depends, because JPA is a reference implementation. The default implementation for JPA within Spring is Hibernate. And yes, Hibernate uses prepared statements. So if you use the JPA create native query over here and you do it with parameterized queries, you will use the full force of prepared statements that actually the thing is created on the server side, on the database, and not just escaped on the client side. Because if it just escaped on the client side and sent as one query over the line, which for you as a developer still looks the same in your code, we can still escape things if you just know how it was escaped. So even though escaping is a good way of doing it, using prepared statements is even a better way. And now you probably all say, yeah, duh, I've learned this, I know this, right? Who knew of SQL injection like this, right? At least half of the folks. But think about it. How many of your team are senior developers? How many of your company are senior developers? Don't answer that question. Second question, also don't answer that. How do you do your code reviews? Who does code reviews? Okay, the rest of you does pair programming. Great, let's keep it to that. The thing is, if you do code reviews, is it, hey, junior in my team, we got 20 minutes before this needs to go to production because the client is waiting on it. I worked on this for 3 months. Go. And at least 2 people looked at it, so we're compliant. The thing is, if we work, we are creators. We're not so much breakers. So even these slightly simple little things can creep into our code. So wouldn't it be great if we have something on the spot here that already can help you? And obviously, I'm using the tooling from my company, but there are multiple tools available that can help you already on the spot, and not just when your CI pipeline hits, because, hey, some people still work at gigantic monoliths, but right in the way, either on your local machine when you build, or when you actually code. And this gives you right on the spot, hey, it's happening here, maybe you should look at it. So think about it, maybe not for you, because we're all great developers, but maybe for that new person that comes in. Because most of the formal education in universities do not get these kind of things baked into their system. So this was an easy one, right? We can agree on that. Let's go to the next one. File uploads. Let's look at a file upload in Spring. In this Spring Boot application, it's a Spring Boot application using Timeleaf. Say we have something like this. We have an application. We have a web page, and I want to upload a picture, for instance. Something like this. So let's do this. I have this here, and my application is running, right? But guess what? I'm not using my Chrome browser. No, I'm using Burp Suite. And Burp Suite is a nice little community tool that I can use, for instance, with this proxy. And that proxy is so powerful because this proxy can intercept all requests, all GET requests and all POST requests. So let's go over here. Let's open a browser that's connected to that proxy, which is in this case Chromium, localhost 8082. Great. Let's log in. Username, user. Password, user. Trust me, this is safe. I work at a security company. So, profile. I can upload the picture, and I can choose a file. Great. Let's take this picture and upload a file. Done. Worked. Great. Let's get back to the code. So what is the problem here? Is there actually a problem here? Well, one of the things my tooling tells me is that there's a path reversal at line 32, which is actually the upload script. Upload controller, line 32, and let's watch it for a second. So what I'm doing here, this is the actual code for uploading this image. And this is code I just copy-pasted with a little adaptation from a tutorial. Just a tutorial needed how to upload the stuff for my Spring Boot form. The thing is, the file comes in here, multi-part file, then the original file name gets replaced. I replace all spaces with underscores. Then I'm looking at the upload directory, which is here, /uploads, and I preserve the original file name, and then I write to it. I already gave it away, but what's the problem here? What if my file name is something like /etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/etc/ override something on my system. Obviously, this depends if the user that's running this application has enough privileges. But I can easily, with dot slashes, I can break outside of the upload folder. Because guess what? The multi-part file is nothing more than a POJO representation, a plain old Java project, a plain old Java object of the post request. So luckily, I have the post request over here. So let's look at the HTTP history. And let's see over here, I have the post request. You see the post request from my upload image. Let's take a look at that one. So I will zoom in a second. This is the request, and this is the response. If I send this request to my repeater, then I have the request here. I can tamper with it. So what I'm seeing here, there are a bunch of headers, and then if I'm going down, you see some red stuff, which is basically the image. This is the binary of the image, nothing special. However, part of this binary, part of these headers over here, you see that the file name is just metadata. So why not do right? So now I'm trying to break outside of the upload folder and make sure that this is in my root of my system and not in the upload folder. Let's do this because I know at least I have these privileges, as you can see here, HTTP 200. So getting back to my application, getting back to my project, you will see that in the upload folder, there is my Brian 500 from the actual request. But outside of the upload folder, I now have a picture called JNation rules, which is exactly the same picture, but I broke outside of my upload folder. Meaning that if I have more privileges than my system, than just the boundaries of this Java application, I could go into the system and override something there, either with an image, or with some malicious code, or with another binary. Trick question: what is the default user of your Docker container? Yes, think about that. If you don't set a privileged user or a more privileged user, it's root. So check your Docker images. Thing is that I could have prevented it. No, I don't want to do something here. I could have prevented this. One of the things, like maybe my tooling gives me already a suggestion, and it says over here, like, hey, maybe I could use normalize, which actually looks at the traversal of the path and sees where it traverses to, and see if it starts with the destination. And if not, I throw an exception. And if it does, I upload it. Then I at least know it's in the boundaries of that upload folder. Another thing is obviously that you can influence the file name by writing it something yourself. But for some reasons, in some cases, you need to preserve the file name. At least check whatever is incoming, sanitize it or validate it, and then use it if you want to write something to your screen. Guess what? I didn't know this until I actually stumbled into this. It was like, path traversal? Sure, I understand what the concept is, but how can I actually break it? Well, you've seen it, that with this little demo and with this little tool, it's pretty easy to demo, and it's also pretty easy to influence that path from the post request. So getting back to my slide deck, yes, something like this. What is the file name? Over here, you see that I'm using the file name without doing any form of sanitization or validation, and I can input something like this to break out of the whole system boundaries and get there. So check where your file name traverses to. I will make the sheets available. That's why most of the code is also in the sheets. All right. Who of you still needs to do XML parsing or work with XML? Yeah, a bunch of you. People are like, no, no, we have fancy things like JSON. Well, 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 fancy, fancy. But still, if you look at machine-to-machine coupling, it's still a lot of XML. And guess what? We can do a lot of things with XML. Part of XML, part of the XML specs are external entities and doc-type definitions. Who knows what these things are? Lucky if you know. The doc-type definition, explicitly external entities are there to input DTDs, doc-type definitions, from another file to actually check if your XML document is up to certain standards, if it's in the format you actually want to accept it. That's for a good cause. It's a feature. However, this feature is not really safe. So I have my application here. It still runs. This is great. Let me log in again, and obviously you know my password, user and USE, and I won't tell you the last character because it's a secret. Anyway, yes, yes, no, no, no. I know I need to change my password. So I can export to XML. Well, I already did that. I can do it again, but I already did that. And normally my XML file looks something like this. Export. So we can see this is an export of my orders. Orders, order ID, order date, order line, blah, blah. Very straightforward, right? Nothing special. Should work. Great. So if I upload this one, if I import, yes, where did I put that one? I think it's somewhere in demo. Don't get burned. Examples. So if I import my export.xml and I submit, you will see now I have a few new ones. Great. But because external entities and doc-type definitions by default are accepted in most of the Java parsers that come with the JDK, I can do funny stuff. For instance, I can do this, and it looks almost the same like the normal XML thing. But as you can see here, I'm creating a doc-type definition and an external entity. And an external entity points to another file, but not a DTD file. It points to a system file. I bind this system file to the variable xxe. And instead of outputting the product name over here, I'm outputting xxe. So let's try if that actually works. So getting back to my application, let's now import the other one. And what we see here that I now have as the definition, I have basically what is in my past WD file on my local system. So that means you now can include information that is outside the boundaries of your system. And in most cases, XML is not used by user input directly, but it's used by a third-party system. Meaning that somebody can disclose system information by just tampering with the XML on the other side of the line. Also meaning we need to take care of this, because by default in all Java, the parsers, or all Java XML parsers that come with the JDK, this is by default on. We can argue if this is safe or not. I say it's not, but they say it's a feature. So great. So what should we do? If I'm looking at again, my scanner says something probably here. You've got XML external entity problem. It helped me finding out what the actual problem is, because the thing is, I'm using the SAX parser, right? As you can see here, SAX parser, la la. Nothing, it's a very naive implementation. The only thing I have to do is add 2 exceptions to it, and add that over here to my SAX parser. So what I'm doing here, I'm using the XML reader, and I set the feature disallow doc types. That sounds counterintuitive. I disallow doc types to true. So I need to set that I disallow something that can be harmful. Weird. Anyway, I can do the same thing for external general entities, set it to false. And if I do it now again, and I restart my application, and hopefully the demo gods are with me, going back here, looking at my coffee shop, my orders, and it regenerates everything every time I spin it up for demo purposes. Boom, I get an exception. And that's better than showing information that's outside the boundaries of my system. So the thing is, whatever library you use to parse JSON, YAML, XML, or whatsoever, look at what the defaults are. In this case, the defaults are not safe. So we need to make the defaults safe. How many of you knew about this? 2 people. That says a lot. So make sure that you include these 2 lines, and now I'm using the SEX parser, SAX parser, but you can also use, if you use an other parser, like a DOM parser or something that is shipped with you, make sure that you disallow doc types and you do not accept external entities. All right, how much time do I have? 24 minutes. Yeah. Let's skip this for later. Yeah, blah, blah. This one. Let's go for hashing and encryption. Who of you know what the latest and best hashing algorithm is for passwords? Yes, exactly. We are not cryptographers. We have no clue. I have no clue. So the thing is, if you look at hashing and encryption, people use it interchangeable, but it's not the case. Obviously, well, first we need to know what we want to use. The question is, do you need to retrieve original data? If the answer is yes, then you need encryption. If the answer is no, you need hashing. Like for passwords. And everybody is like, huh? Of course, if you have a password and you hash it, that hash is not reversible. But if you just do that twice, you just save that hash, and every time somebody logs in, you hash it again, and you just compare the hashes. And if that's equal, that person is considered logged in. However, which hashing algorithm should I use? Who has an idea? Nobody. Great. Well, this changes pretty much, I won't say every month, but every so many months, we need to revisit this. In a lot of the cases, people still using PBKDF2 or Scrypt or bcrypt, but currently, if you, for instance, look at the OWASP standards, they would say use Argon 2 ID. And Argon 2 is an award-winning hashing algorithm, but there are multiple versions of it. And they say Argon 2 ID is the best trade-off between side channel attacks and CPU attacks. But you have to use it with a certain memory footprint and with a certain amount of parallelization. Why? Computers are getting faster. That's the whole reason why. So if you look at many frameworks and libraries, they might use hashing incorporated. If you look, for instance, at who of you ever worked in C#? Yes, if you look at the entity framework in C#, entity framework 8 has hashing algorithms included, and by default they're using PBKDF2, which is still kind of safe, but not the safest as you can be. So how can we arrange this? Say I have my application here, and I want to look in Spring Boot, because that's still one of the most used application frameworks. Over here, I've got my security configuration, and basically, as you can see here, I'm having PBKDF2 password encoder. By the way, encoder is the wrong word. It's a hasher. Slight difference, but it's still there. I can just use something else. I can just use my, no, return, new. Wait, you know what? I prepared something. So now I put my Argon 2 ID password encoder in, and probably needs to create class, create inner record. Why doesn't it recognize it? Because it doesn't have the Argon 2 ID input yet. Probably need to rerun Maven, and I'm not sure if that works with running it right away. Anyway. The Argon 2 password encoder is something that is provided to you by Spring. But make sure that you're not just using the password encoder, also put it in with the right parameters to be on top of that whatever you want. First of all, I want to say if you actually need to do passwords and encryption yourself, maybe you want to offload that to a service. Think of Auth0 or maybe even Okta or something like that. Why? Is that something you want to take care of and you want to update every now and then? Secondly, this is great now, but what about next month? What about next year? How are you upgrading that, and how are you thinking of that in your architectural design if you want to upgrade to a newer version of an algorithm or to a newer version of how to use certain memory footprint or how to use certain level of parallelization? So this is something you need to think about on forehand, because if your application is already there, you're like, okay, gosh, I have 2 million users, and I want to upgrade my hashing algorithm. Let's wipe them all. Probably not the best solution. But think about this. Probably just make sure that they're all deprecated, people can still log in, and now they need to update their password with the newer framework, right? That makes sense. So let's revert this for now. Roll back. So actually my application still works. But that is about things, and we need to revisit this every once in a while. So if you are working with a system and that is not updated, you do password and the password algorithm is not updated, and you want to stay up to date because, I don't know, your application is important, please revisit it and see what the newer standards are. I wrote a blog post around that, if you want to know why. But say we need to have encryption, for instance, credit card details, and we want to return that. What is currently a great standard? I don't know. Well, at least if I look at my application, it already says to me, here, using a broken Arista cryptographic algorithm. So it recognizes for me that in my encryption service, I am using DES and ECB mode, which is not considered safe anymore. If you look at what is safe currently, you need to use the advanced encryption system with a key of at least 128 bits and a secure mode, because AES has different modes. And these secure modes can either be GCM or CCM. You can forget all of this. Look at the slides later on. But be aware that these things need to be updated. And luckily, at least, for encryption, because most of the time encryption is something that has data that we need to retrieve, like medical data or PII data or credit card data. I already got a ping from, hey, maybe you should use something else. And it shows over here, maybe I should move DES to AES, which already a hint for me to, hey, I need to look into it, what the specs are currently, to get that going and to update that. And also think about that, how you update that over time. If something is encrypted, you need to decrypt it, and you need to encrypt it with the newer standard if that application is already there. So think about that. And that is something you need to think about from a design perspective from the beginning on. So, cool. Yes, blah, blah, wrote more blog posts. Who of you uses YAML? Who of you like YAML? Still a few. I need to introduce you to my dear friend Bruno Borges. You will have a great conversation. Anyway, who of you uses Spring? Spring Boot? Who of you is still on the 2-point-something version of Spring Boot? Haha, nice. Because in that case, you're using SnakeYAML 1.x. So the one version of SnakeYAML that is served to you by Spring Boot. Great. But the problem with YAML is if you do it yourself, or if you have to interpret the YAML yourself, and you look at what the tutorials say, they say something like this. Hey, you've got a YAML object, this new YAML object, YAML.load my input stream, and cast it to my object. The problem is that SnakeYAML can interpret YAML, and we can do certain things with it. So, say for instance, I have this YAML file of my export orders, same orders as I showed you in XML. It looks something like this. Let me enlarge it. So ID, order lines, and every order line has a same. But you see over here, I can make some sort of annotation that it needs to traverse back to my Brian.workshop coffee export order. So that's the actual Pojo. This is valid XML or valid YAML for the SnakeYAML library. Knowing this, we can also do because over here we don't know with YAML.load, we don't know what actually is in the input stream, and under the hood we try to cast it to whatever object I think it is. So I can do something like this. This is valid. And if you're still on, I don't know, Java below 10, the script engine is part of the JDK. So I can use this to basically load that YAML. I will get a class cast exception. But in the meantime, it already visited an URL offshore with all that happens as a side effect. I have no clue. Or even worse, we can do something like this. Row set JDBC set impl, and an LDAP. Where did we know that LDAP thing from, right? Where were you December 10th, 2021? Something log for shell? Same problem. But now with a snake YAML library. So what I can do, just to show you that that actually is true, I can make my YAML like this. And this is a gadget I created myself, and hopefully you don't have this gadget thing in your class path. But it can be that there is something or a gadget chain in your class path that is available to you that has a side effect. In this case, my gadget does something like this. So what it does, it has a runnable, and when I hit the constructor, I basically run whatever is in the runnable, right? So although I think my YAML parser includes the my order or the export order, let's see if I can actually find it here. Here, YAML.load. We think like, hey, we're type safe, right? Well, if I now just load the other thing, hopefully it still runs. Oh, need to reboot it. Sorry. Yes, we're there. Great. So I am still here, my orders are here. So if I now import a YAML file that has that weird gadget in it, which is the gadget.yaml that I showed you, and I do now, as a side effect, kaboom. I have a unexpected class cast exception, as you can see here, and as a side effect, I was able to open this. If you have certain libraries and library change in your application, for instance, Commons Collections 2 point whatever, these have full executable gadget chains available for you, which I can misuse to do something like this. So, thing is, we need to upgrade to newer version of this library. Oh, by the way, everybody reads the docs, right? This was in the docs. Note that snake YAML documentation states it's not safe to call YAML.load with any data received from untrusted source. Well, if you look at any of the tutorials, and probably if you ask ChatGPT as well, you will still get YAML.load perfectly fine. And that's how we use it, right? Copy-paste development. Thing is, we need to update to snake YAML 2.0, which is provided to you when you use Spring Boot 3 point something. However, this does change API. So it means we need to change our logic if we are manually interpreting YAML. Be aware of that. Thing is that you might use libraries like this one that has a minor flaw, but if you use it in the right way, it can harm your system. And you might not even know that you were using it, but it's there. On top of that, you don't know if other parts of your system are actually using that library to interpret YAML. Probably Spring does, because we have an application.yaml. Anyway, I want to call out sensitive data. And sensitive data is something that we need to take care of, but also we need to be aware of what we output. Think about it. If I have my application here again, and for instance, I have an API, and this is my API controller, and what you see a lot that people are doing, like, hey, I want to have the get all persons. Let me enlarge it. Let's go to my person servers and get all persons, right? Just to throw entity and throw it up in the air. That works fine. So if I go to /API/persons, you will see that this is the JSON that it outputs. Probably not what you want. Because even though your front end might just use a few of them, like just the username and the first name, and maybe the phone number, do we actually need, for instance, the ID or the encrypted password? It is stored with the entity, but in a lot of cases for proof of concepts, and we saw how we build applications. We just throw up the whole entity in the air, and the front end can just pick whatever it wants, and it's fine. But if I can call this separately, like I'm doing now, I release too much information. And guess what? This happened to me once when I was working at a bank in the Netherlands. I will not call what bank it is, but you can look up my LinkedIn. Problem was, at that point, we were exposing an extra ID, an internal ID, and that ID could be used in another endpoint to actually get more information. And a combination of a few of these endpoints turned out that you could have an email address and a physical address matching together. In most cases, an email address consists of first name dot last name at provider dot something. With a physical address connected to that, you have a PII breach. And now with the whole GDPR laws that are in place, it's not nice. You know what? This only takes a couple of seconds to solve it. Because if I go to my entity, my domain, and I say, hey, in this case it goes about person, maybe I just want to prevent that somebody can see the username. The one thing I can do is add something like @JSON_ignore to set to fields that are very sensitive. And now I know if I redo this, I restart this, and we actually, yes, it runs. Look again. You'll now see that the username is not part of it anymore. It's now ID first name. So I can already mark sensitive data here as ignore, that it will not get marshaled into JSON. However, this is great, but this is not the solution. The solution is more or less like create specific DTOs. For every endpoint that you have, if you have an API that only needs the first name, the last name, and the phone number, create a specific object for that is represented, and that is marshaled to JSON. That's the output. And in your layer, in your presentation layer, from your controller, connect whatever you need there. Either it's a combination of multiple entities or just one entity to only the object that represents the data that you need to put out. In this case, if you do that, even if one of your entities grows and has more fields, you cannot make the mistake anymore that you expose too much data. And this is happening this actually is happening every day. People exposing too much data. And it can be simply done, simply prevented with just a few steps, like making an extra layer of what is your representation object, and create a specific object for that. Obviously, I wrote a blog post for that. But okay, these are all sorts of things. But Brian, how should we get started? If I need to have my application that is already old, because you know how it works, right? It works on my machine, we ship it, it's there for months or maybe a year, nobody dares to touch it anymore, and we work on new stuff. But we're still on Spring Boot 2 point something. How do I upgrade to Spring Boot 3? Because it changed all sorts of things on API level, so that means that I need to redo all sorts of code, and that's a hard job, and my manager doesn't give me the time for that. Who recognizes that? Yeah, at least a few. Who've heard of Open Rewrite? A few. Well, Open Rewrite is basically a system, an open source framework that you can use to do these kind of things. And I know that Tim from Open Rewrite he's at least in the building, and he will give a workshop tomorrow. But what Open Rewrite does, it creates recipes. And with that recipes, it has a deterministic flow over, hey, this is your application. With that recipe, I want to change everything to the newer version, and I will make changes to both your, in this case, my POM file, because it's Maven, and your code. And by doing this, I can simply, for instance, go into the Maven command line, because this is moving to upgrade to Spring Boot 3.0. And probably if I update my Spring starter, because currently Spring is on 2 point something, 2 point very, very old. Let's guess what? Yeah, 2.6. Currently it's 3.3. So I can use this already. And opening a terminal, let's change this, and let's put the terminal command in for Maven. And what it does, it will already run, it will set up a model, it will get the recipe, it will see what kind of things need to change, and it will make the changes for me. Obviously, this will take some time. Not that much time, because this is not a big application. The bigger the application is, the more time it takes. But the thing is, I need to stay updated. This is a great way to get started. But if I need to migrate from a major level 2 of my framework to a major level 3 of my framework, that's a lot of work. So, running recipes. So this is a great way to get started, to at least get up to date to a certain level that I'm at major level 3. That already solves a ton of the problems in my transitive dependencies. Next to that, have something in place like this, a code scanner, either in your IDE or in CLI level, like in a terminal, that can help you mitigate these code changes that you're doing, and if there is some problem in there. And maybe not you, but maybe, again, that new person in your team. Because guess what? If we're creating stuff, we're thinking about, okay, we need to make this happen. Because, you know, you have that manager breathing down your neck that needs to be done yesterday, right? Putting pressure on you, and you're like, okay, I'm a great developer, I can do this. But things slip in. So why not have tools available that can help you in every step? Right in your IDE, but also connecting to your CI pipeline. And if I have it right here in my IDE and I scan it, I already get notified, at least for a possible kind of scenarios. Maybe not everything, but for me it says already, hey, you have a cross-site scripting problem here. You have a SQL injection, you have broken algorithms, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. Deserialization, untrusted data, and that's already a starting point. So start with the major part of your framework, and for instance, use Open Rewrite for that to update to newer major parts. Next to that, look at your own code, or look at what kind of problems you have more in your libraries. I did it here as well. If I rescan it, you will see that it will dump up, because I made a lot of problems in here for a good reason. And try to fix that right away. Do it step for step. Start with criticals, and then go to medium and lower vulnerabilities, and then start at your own code. So start with your framework, start with your libraries, and then look at your own code, but preferably look at this from the point where you create the stuff. Not wait until your CI pipeline blows up and screams and all kind of sirens go off with flashlights. Probably not the right point, because at that point, you already tied everything up, it works, it gets stuck there, and you need to do a ton of rework. So, do it at the point where you actually want to know. Next to that, make sure that you know what you're actually doing. Simple things like make sure that you know what the defaults are from certain frameworks, if these defaults are safe or not, and make sure that you're using at least your libraries at a certain level that are next to the closest ones, next to the newest ones, sorry. Because guess what? If you're a major version 1, and actually the latest release is major version 5, guess which version of a library gets updated if there's a security problem? Major version 5. And then you need to do a whole lot of rework. And hopefully there are open rewrite recipes for it. But if it's not, it's up to you, because we as the development team need to take care of that. All right, I want to conclude with that. If you have questions, absolutely, you can scream now. You can also leave a message on either my LinkedIn or my Twitter. I refuse to call it X, because if I say X, you know what used to be Twitter, so I still call it Twitter. Feel free to leave comments over there. I'm happy if you liked it. I'm also happy if you have feedback on me. But I hope at least it was useful. So thank you so much for your attendance, and hope you enjoyed the last part of this conference. Cheers. Are there any questions that people are anxious to ask me? If you're like, I've got a question, but I'd rather ask it in person, feel free to come up here or catch me on the after party. I will be there with a beer. Thanks again for your attention. Cheers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just come in, have a seat. It's the last session for today, so we just need to survive that one, and then we have some after party, I guess. My talk will be about leading Spring Boot applications for the cloud, and I'm going to show you what I have learned like within the last 1.5 years, playing around with Spring Boot applications with every single possibility of optimizing a Spring Boot application. Now I said it a nice way. Sometimes when I do my elevator pitch, I would say, Josh Long tells you just the nice Hello World example, but I'm going to show you like how you can start up your Spring Boot application in half of the time. Your container images will be like reduced by 50%, and you will have like about 30% less memory usage in your application. So that's like what I'm going to show you in the presentation, where I'm giving you some ideas how you can actually optimize your application. So that's actually like what we are going to do. So just be aware of, I'm going to show you some numbers. And these numbers, they're done on my machine. So you cannot take them like exactly from my slides. So you have to pay attention. You probably have a different application in production. So take it with a grain of salt. But my numbers will actually show you a direction, like how you can optimize and what you could expect. And I'm also going to discuss with you the results. So that's why I say for educational purposes only, right? So don't take the numbers for granted. Just a few words to me. I'm Patrick. I traveled from Switzerland to Portugal to show you this stuff. I usually do like consulting. I work with real humans, with developers on nice solutions. So we develop applications, obviously, and I help usually teams to get better and also to bring their application faster to production, in a better quality, of course. Besides that, I also teach at the University of Applied Sciences, and I'm quite a bit involved in the software development community in Switzerland. So I love to learn from and with each other. So that's actually like my passion to learn, and obviously also Spring is like one of the passion, because I started with Spring in 2007, that's quite a while back, and since then I try actually like also to teach software teams like how to use Spring in the best way for their problem they have in production, I guess. So what is usually the problem? Why do we need this talk? And yes, I'm a Java and I'm a Spring guy, so I really want to show you that you can actually like make your application faster, having better performance, and not maybe change to a different stack. So let's use the stack we have already, and let's squeeze out everything we could have. So the talk, why I'm going to do that talk is because like we are going to move often application from a in-house setting into the cloud. And you probably realized when you're going to the cloud and you have less resources available. I mean, I have a situation where the customer says, you don't get even like a full virtual CPU in the cluster, in the Kubernetes cluster. You might get like a fourth of a virtual CPU or maybe a tenth of a virtual CPU. And if you see the numbers when the application is starting up, you're like kind of shocked because it takes like 2-3 minutes actually to start the Spring Boot application. And on my Mac or my Windows machine, doesn't matter like which one I use, it's blazing fast, right? There is something wrong with that. And it's about resources in general. So we have to find out like how we can optimize certain things. Let's dive into the topic. So the question would actually be, if somebody approaches you and says, you need to develop a new application, they might ask you like, what amount of resources do you expect? How many virtual CPUs do you need? How much RAM do you need? How much storage? And so on and so forth. And often it's quite difficult to like give them a proper number because we don't know, and it just works on our machines, right? And even if you go to the technology stack, there might be other technology stacks which are like slimmer than Java. Maybe also like the application we build, if we do serverless or if you do like long-running applications, the behavior of the application differs quite a bit. So we have to be clear about all these different requirements we have when we move our workload to the cloud. So let's have a look what we are going through in this presentation. So I'm going to show you the Spring Pet Clinic. You probably know that already. And it's the idea of the Pet Clinic to use the Pet Clinic for benchmarking that you can try it as well. So after the conference, you can get my slides and also like the examples in a GitHub repo, and you could see like what kind of optimizations I do, and I'm not benchmarking something I cannot show you, right? So that's why we use this. We define a baseline, then we go into some Java optimizations, we can do some Spring Boot optimizations, we have a look at some application optimizations, we may change even the runtime, and in the end, when I summarize it, I give you some thoughts, and I show you like how combined optimizations work together and how they could look like in the end. So this is actually like, yeah, you have to stay till the last 5 or 10 minutes, and then you will see like what it really does when you optimize your applications. So, yes. The Pet Clinic, you probably know, it's an application which is quite simple. It's a CRUD application. You can have like owners in there. You have veterinarians in there. There is even like in the navigation an arrow button which you can use to produce a runtime exception inside this application. It's quite simple actually. And if you go through the tabs, it might look like this. And there are also some pages where you have forms. So it's not really something crazy and difficult and a lot of business logic involved. It's quite a simple application. But it involves a few things. Besides that, I just want to highlight, if you want to learn a new technology, there is something on GitHub which is called the Pet Clinic Community organization in GitHub. It's not official from Spring, but I love it because if you think of like React, Angular, HTMX, if you want to do Vaadin or other stuff, you can actually like go and look how you would implement the Pet Clinic with this kind of technologies. And it's not only about front end. So there is like an Istio version, there is a microservice version. There's so many different versions as you can see here. So if you want to learn a new technology, maybe it's a good idea to have a look at a specific Pet Clinic, right? But yes or no, I'm not going to talk about those Pet Clinics. I'm talking about the original one, which you find in the Spring Project organization. So it's just like the official Spring Pet Clinic, which uses the technologies like Spring Boot, Caffeine, Thymeleaf, Spring Data JPA. You can choose from H2, Postgres, or MySQL as a database. So for my purposes, I thought like H2 would be simpler to run some tests or some benchmarks because there is less to set up, obviously. And then actually you have also Spring MVC. Regarding the thing I mentioned, there is less to set up. I mean, anyway, you have to benchmark your application for yourself anyway, right? So that doesn't matter if I now use H2 for data storage or not. Even if caching is involved, probably it doesn't make such a difference if I would use now Postgres instead. Anyhow, so that's actually our technology stack. And with Thymeleaf, the application is just server-side rendered. So no single-page application, quite simple, the whole thing, as you can see. If you have a look at the technology stack in general, what I usually do now with the benchmarking, I'm using Docker containers, or I produce Docker containers with build packs. So build packs, you probably know, it's quite a nice technology. So you don't need to write your own Docker file, and you will actually, if you don't know about build packs, you will learn why they are so nice, and I think build packs are a great thing. For the baseline as well, I'm using JDK 17, even though it's a little bit older, right, and there is already 21 out there as an LTS version. 17 is a power horse. It's unbelievable, and I use that as a baseline so we can like compare against other versions. Then actually, like I use Testcontainers, I use Spring Boot in the current version, and also we have some migration scripts which are involved to migrate the application. And that's maybe a bad thing because when you do benchmarking, when you check the startup time, you probably don't want to like all the time migrate your database. But it's part of the Pet Clinic, so that might be something we can optimize later. And then I'm looking at the data like build time, startup time, resource usage, container image size, and also like the throughput in the application. So build packs, I told you, I love it, and especially Paketo behind, which is kind of the implementation of the build pack spec. And they are awesome because they can convert any kind of technology you see on the slide into a container without having a Docker file. And it's even more beautiful because it's like a perfect container. A perfect container contains, for example, users. And the thing is actually like, if you use build packs, you will never run with a privileged user like a root user. You would actually see after the PackClinic logo, there is like the user which is used, which is called CMB in the output of the PackClinic. And the thing before the logo is also nice in the startup of the application because the build pack adds something called Java Memory Calculator. And the Java Memory Calculator is going to size your memory according to the resources specified to your container. So it's reading from the environment what is available, and then it will like optimize putting the XX parameters to your JVM and like does already some optimization, which is actually quite nice. And it does a few things more like updating the CA certs. It, for example, also like specifies the Spring Cloud bindings, so you have liveness and readiness probes for Kubernetes available like for the actuator, and a few other things. So it's quite nice actually to not think of this. And I usually say the examples you find in the internet using Docker files, there are so many levels wrong. So build packs just do it right in so many other levels, right? So it's way better. Anyhow, 1,000 times better than your regular Docker file. And another thing which is actually also nice, the build packs are maintained by the community, by the build packs community. So that means like you get fixes. If you think of like the run image which is used for the container, when, for example, a CVE pops up, there will be some updates very fast, usually like within 2-3 days when Canonical is fixing the stuff in Ubuntu, then it immediately gets into the build packs as well. So I think actually like it's the best way to do containers these days because it makes developers' life way easier. So I'm using that. Now think of this. If we want to get a feeling like where the application spends the most time during startup, and you don't want to use a profiler, there is a tool called Startup Report from Maciej. And Maciej has done a nice thing. He's just exposing a startup report in the browser. So just like for development purposes, you can add the dependency and you will see on the page like how long it took to initialize certain Spring Beans, or like a graph of the Spring Beans. If you scroll down on the page, you can see a flame graph where you can also see like which section took how long. And I think actually like when you look at the flame graph, and if you could read it from above, there's quite a bit of time which is actually used with Hibernate and Spring Data when the application starts. So like lots of time. I would say it's about the fourth or a fifth, which is actually just spent actually for setting up Spring Data. And you get this information because Spring Boot starts up anyway, measures this data, and Startup Report exposes this information. So try it out, and you will see like where you spent the most time during the startup in a very simple way. Let's talk about benchmarks. With the benchmarks, I am doing some benchmarking on the build, so I will use certain different versions, so you'll see like how long the build took on my machine. The output or the artifact created will be measured as well, like the size of the container. We measure startup time and memory usage. We also measure basically like throughput and latency in the application as well. And I do like a 1-minute warm-up and a 1-minute measurement just to stress my application. And for the example here, I basically like limit my container environment to 4 virtual CPUs. Because like the 4 virtual CPUs is like the sweet spot for the startup, but it will reflect also like in other topics so that you don't see the expected benefit, but I will tell you later where exactly. So if you're going to measure things, you will see here that I didn't do any adjustments. I just used like the current version of the JDK using the Java memory calculator in the build packs to specify the settings for memory and so on. And then you'll see the number below. right? Like 68 seconds for building with Maven. You have like 359 megabyte container image size. Startup took like 4.3 seconds. Initial RAM usage means just right after you start, I'm on the level of 302 megabytes. Then actually we load the application with 2,000 requests a second. So 1,997 get through within that amount of time. Then just right after the stress test, we see like 400 and almost 80 megabytes of RAM used. And then you see like the response times in the percentiles, how long it took to respond a request. So we'll use that as a baseline to compare all the optimizations against. So let's start with the first idea, because a newer Java version is always better. And it is, as you can see here, I'm just specifying also for the build, the JDK 21, and then you see, well, the image size got bigger, more features in Java 21, of course. Startup is even a little bit worse. We have initial RAM like on a similar level, and then actually like you see the numbers in the response times, actually they get better, even though the other things are not really great. Or not even like, well, they are still comparable, I would say. Be aware of that my numbers, they're made in a way that I test the things like 10 times, so I run like the benchmark 10 times. I strip off all the peaks, so that means like the worst and the lowest or the best examples, and then I try to do an average, because I want to have a real life scenario. So be aware of that even like if the numbers are very close, it means like they're like on the same level more or less, right? So for me, actually, like doing this benchmarking already for a while, even the micro version of the Java thing, like the 17.11, makes a huge difference. So I have kind of the feeling that when the OpenJDK releases the Java version, they do the performance stuff afterwards. So you will actually see that even like going up every micro version, it matters. It matters in the performance quite a bit. So you could see that also like with the Java 22. So you see this one won't be an LTS version. So that means, yeah, on certain levels, it's also worse. Like, for example, the build time took way longer. And I checked really the number 2 or 3 times to not have some issues there. OK, so the idea would be, let's change the Java version to the newest LTS version because it's worth it. Let's talk about some Java optimizations. When using build packs, you can provide the Java tool options parameter, and you can do some nasty things like no verify. And that's not something you should do in production, but maybe during development it helps quite a bit. As you can see, we almost gain a half a second in the startup of the pet clinic. So no verify means basically the classes which are loaded are not verified. So that means the verification is the overhead, and we just turn it off. But actually, it's a security feature, so don't do it in production. Right. You can also, for example, instruct the garbage collector. And when you specify, not the garbage collector, sorry, the JIT, so the just-in-time compiler. So if you specify tiered stop at level 1, you don't get the C2 JIT, but you get the C1. And the C1 is actually not doing profiling and monitoring and other things, so no optimization will happen. So during the startup, they will optimize, yes, but afterwards, there is no runtime optimization anymore. And that's like what you see in the example here, that actually like when you put some stress on the application, throughput gets worse, and also the response times are way worse. And yes, you see it right. It's like 15 seconds at the lower right side. So if you do things like, for example, functions, then this might be a thing. Or if you think of like your IDE might start with the parameter because it's important that it starts fast, right? And you just like start it like once and then it's just running and it's okay-ish, right? But you don't have like lots of load. You will also see the tiered stop at level 1, for example, when the Spring Boot application is started within IntelliJ. So they just add that automatically. You don't need to do anything. So they add that so the application starts faster, just because you don't have load at development. as an example. So the Java tool options could be a thing where you can actually tell the build pack, let's add some parameters. And obviously, you could also change, for example, to different garbage collectors, if you like. If you have been today at Gerrit's talk about the different garbage collectors, you could go for the set garbage collector if you like to, right? And you would just specify it via the environment variable for the Java tool options. Okay, so there are many parameters or many optimization possibilities like garbage collector and other things. And I just want to show you there is a tool out there which has quite a good documentation on all the different Java distribution out there. You see actually like on the slide a documentation which shows like, for example, Dragonwell from Ali. So you have Amazon Corretto, you have Bells of Liberica and others, right? And you could actually see where the parameters are in the JVM and which are supported with which distribution. Maybe you have recognized before on the examples I did. Let's go back here maybe to this one. I'm using actually Bells of Liberica as a distribution because it's the default Java which is used for the build packs. And Bells of Liberica is just a distribution which you have anyway inside your IntelliJ. And it's also the version actually like VMware uses and the Spring team uses, which is, basically like the company which supports this kind of distribution. So you'll see actually also that you can actually change that easily if you don't like Liberica. So let's go back and let's talk a bit about Spring Boot optimizations. So how can we make now Spring Boot faster, not only like the JVM? And this is about, for example, having lazy Spring Beans. So you may know that if all the Spring Beans are lazy during start, they will be only initialized if you're going to use it. And you can save some time there quite a bit, as you can see in the startup phase. Besides that, actually the thing shouldn't change much, because if the application is like warmed, then the behavior should be like the same, right? It's really about the startup here. And that's also what you can see in the numbers. The numbers are really, really similar. Be aware of what I did here too is I made Spring Data lazy loading as well. So that means like Spring Data is also only initialized and hibernate behind when you have the first request on the application. So making Spring Beans lazy speeds up your application, but the first request is expensive. And be aware, you don't see it in the numbers here, that the first request is expensive, because we warm up before doing some benchmarking the application. So during the warm-up, all the necessary Spring Beans are already initialized, right? So here it's really about warm-up and startup, and you don't see it in the report numbers. So be aware of like having lazy Spring Beans. Means like the initialization is like deferred to later. So that means like after the startup, another thread is going to create the beans. So you are used to that your Spring Boot application is crashing when there is some misconfiguration. But here, when all the Spring Beans are lazy, the misconfiguration exceptions might happen later and on another thread. So it's not given that the application is crashing because something is wrong configured. So just be aware of this. This is really important to understand about lazy Spring Beans. So that means actually make some proper tests, and then you can actually like ensure that your configuration is correct in production. Another idea would be actually having the configuration location specified. And there is some different places where Spring Boot is going to look up your application properties and application YAML files. So usually it's like on the JVM working directory where you start the process. It checks if there is a config directory, if there is like in the current JVM working directory a file. Then it checks like if there is in the class path a package called config, or is in the class path on the root level a configuration. Just by specifying where you have these application properties or application YAML file helps already that Spring Boot does not need to do the checks. So that means like you will get a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of improvement during startup in the end. And all the other numbers, they stay the same. Now you could say, why is this guy here talking about that? The thing is just like if you're going to combine multiple things at once, you will see a big difference, right? So if it's multiple tiny things, you might see the things really. So that's why I'm telling you that could be a thing as well to optimize. And another idea would be actually like, and that's a brave one, to not use Spring Boot actuators at all. Really like, if you can afford not to use them, don't use them. But the other question is like, why would you not use them? Because it's about observability, it's about configuration. These endpoints provide you value in the most cases, but if you don't need to use them, you can get rid of them. So the thing is, what I want to show you here is like the extensive configuration which is needed to set up actuator. And you can see that in the numbers of the Spring Beans created actually. So that means like the pet clinic with actuators has 452 Spring Beans in there, whereas the pet clinic without the actuators has only like 276. So that's like 170 Spring Beans less. And that means like that takes time, right, when you start up your application. So if you don't need some observability features or these metrics endpoints and other things, just don't do that. I mean, we would not use them because they are for free, right? They are not really for free. They actually have an effect on the startup, but also they have an effect when you put load on the application, because the measurement adds some overhead, of course. So be aware of this, right? So yeah, that's just a thing you need to think of as well. Now, talking about another thing, and this is something important because you should add that immediately to your application, is ahead of time compilation. Ahead of time processing is actually a step where when you build your application, there is code generated for you. And AOT is often used in combination with Graal native images, but you can use it without the Graal native images. So that means like what will happen is there will be code generated which instantiates the Spring Beans. When you do component scanning, for example, you would have to scan, and then Spring is using reflections to instantiate these Spring Beans. Now with the AOT step, code is generated to use code to register those Spring Beans. And it's aware of profiles and conditional annotations as well, so it's really baked into code. So that means no class path scanning needed anymore, no entity scanning needed anymore when you start your Spring Boot application, because it's just Java code you execute, and that's way faster. You should definitely do that, and it makes sense. So previously, like before Spring Boot 3.2, we had this Spring Context Indexer project, which was defining an index for all the components and entities. And now this project is deprecated because the AOT part is the replacement for it. So that means like there is no index anymore for component scanning, so you can keep the scanning on the class path in production, but now you have AOT instead. And basically AOT serves as a replacement for many other things as well. So what you're going to do, and now I'm showing some tricks, what you're going to do as well is you're going to add the execution part to your Spring Boot Maven plugin. And there is similar things as well actually for Gradle. And if you use build packs, please add this environment variable as well, where it says BP Spring AOT enabled, because it will do something. It will automatically add the property Spring AOT enabled equals true to your application as a system property when you start up the Java process. So when you use the build packs, this is actually like automatically enable AOT. If you only do the step for processing AOT and you don't set the property, it will still do the class path scanning and the entity scanning and so on. So it's necessary to have this additional property specified. And setting this environment variable for the build packs will do the job for you. Right. Great. There is another topic I want to mention. Obviously, like if you have things like JMX enabled, you should not do that, especially if you deploy to the cloud. But the thing is actually like if you run your Spring Boot application in IntelliJ, you will see that IntelliJ uses JMX to read the beans and the routes for Spring MVC and the health information for their IDE. So they're really like reading the JMX part. But actually, don't worry, since Spring Boot 2.2 and the build packs, the JMX stuff is disabled by default. So you don't need to worry about that because in Spring Boot, we always use production defaults. But I just wanted to tell you, you will see JMX actually running when you run your Spring Boot application in the IDE. Did I tell you that I like Spring Boot and build packs? So we have very good sensible defaults, and we basically do not need to think about like that we have the best configuration we need, right? So it's a lot hidden behind the scenes. Okay. So let's talk about some application optimizations. And in the application optimization, obviously, think of your application. You might optimize some algorithms. You might optimize some caching. You might even optimize some things when you connect to the database and you do some data migration. So for example, like with initializing scripts for the database or migrating scripts. I mean, that's a thing you can take out, and it's very specific to your application. So you know your application and you know where you lose the most time. In this part, I'm not going to talk about those topics. I'm going to talk about the starters in general. Because the thing is actually that starters are meant to start your application, but I usually say they're not meant to finish your application. So the Spring team actually, with the starters, they specify an opinionated default. So for example, with Spring Boot Starter Web, they think that you're going to do REST services, that you have a single-page application and you serve the REST endpoints to this single-page application. But if you have a look at the Starter Web, for example, you will also recognize there is a Tomcat dependency for WebSockets in there. So if you don't need WebSockets, get rid of it, right? Or for example, if you don't need JSON because you generate the HTML sites on the server already, you don't need Jackson at all. So it really like is a default which is good to start with, but maybe not good to end with. And you have to be aware of this. So what I'm going to show you next is actually the thing that I found a tool which is quite nice. It's called the depclean Maven plugin. And the depclean Maven plugin creates a report and gives you some ideas which dependencies are used or not used. So they're using actually bytecode analysis to find out if some imports are really used or not. They will also check like for strings which identify usually reflection as well. And it produces a report which looks like this, and I had to shorten it a bit because it doesn't fit the slide. So you see like the 3 points where I shortened the statements a bit. But the thing is actually like you would directly see which are the direct dependencies, which are the transitive use dependencies. You would even see like the dependencies which are actually not used at all. And obviously if you, for example, build an application like with web jars, they are referenced in the HTML file. So the tool won't find it, for example. Or other things, if you're using still a WebXML, and you can do that with Spring Boot 2, I mean, you don't need to, but you could, or like other XML configuration files, then actually it's quite hard for the tool to find those things. So it won't find this. And it is also not aware of Spring Boot at all. So that means like the auto configuration imports file is not recognized. But the report though gives you an idea. Now let's jump back again. The report though gives you an idea which dependencies you can get rid of. And for me, for example, it was highlighting even like Hibernate, because they use some other magic to initialize. And then you know, yeah, but the application cannot deal or needs to deal with Hibernate. It's necessary, so you have to leave the dependency in, right? But other things you can easily remove. Think of the snag YAML parser. If you don't have YAML configuration, you can remove it. If you have drivers in there which you don't need, remove them. And that means, like in my case, when optimizing the pet clinic, I could save roughly 5 megabytes. That's quite cool. So that means the image size gets smaller, the startup time gets better, because there is less to process and less magic needed, right? Well, be aware of that you need to clean up your dependencies. That's very important. So starters are good to start, but not to stop. Another idea what you could do is use another runtime. And with another runtime is maybe, yes, we may still use the JVM as we are used to, the hotspot JVM or the OpenJDK, but let's customize the runtime to the modules we just need, because JLink is a very nice tool which allows you basically to optimize your JVM according to your application. And the module system in Java was used basically for this. So we don't, as a developer, we don't use the module system when you write custom applications, but the tool here uses them, so we can strip off the modules we don't need. So that means actually, like in our case, for the build packs, we just instruct the build packs, and we say that we enable now JLink, and we shrink down actually like the image because like there are less modules in there. And you're just going to specify that single environment variable for the build pack, and the build pack will run JLink behind the scenes, and that's it, right? So the image size gets smaller, and because of some compression going on, because the JLink also will like compress the runtime, you have some slower startup times. I mean, you can write that you can actually specify that there is no compression going on, but then the image size will be bigger, right? So that's the thing. And now you see also some examples. I tried this with different versions, with the JDK 17 and also the JDK 21. That's why we have now 2 lines, and you will see it also for other examples. So it's about shrinking the JDK, so make the container image smaller. Yes. If you're smart, you can do better, right? So if you know which modules you use, you don't need a tool to guess which models you use. So you can specify all the Java modules you want to. You can like say you want to compress it just with level 2 and not with level 6. You remove the header files, you strip out some debug information, you remove the main pages and so on, and you can still shrink down the JVM, the customized JVM quite a bit, as you can see in the results. We are saving 100 megabytes, right, compared to the baseline. That's quite awesome. And you see also with the timings, we are roughly in the same range, so we didn't like lose a lot, but we reduced network traffic quite a bit. Okay, now it gets more interesting because the next topic was introduced in Spring Boot 3.3, and this is pretty new. You may have heard of it, but you didn't see like how to do it. So AppCDS is actually an idea where you basically do a training run of your application. And when you start up the application, you will dump all the loaded class files in one single file. Instead of getting the class files you need during the startup, you load all the class files from this dumped file. You have a proper startup like usual, but the thing is actually like it's way faster. You just need to read one single file. And the cool thing about that is, if you're going to use build packs, you just say BP JVM CDS enabled true, and that means the training run is done for you behind the scenes. They dump the file actually in the container, and then during the startup, it will automatically read from that file. And I think I have it on the other slide, yes. So you see here that there is this application JSI file, which is actually needed to do the dump. So you see the first is like when you create the archive when the process is exiting during the training run. And in the Spring Framework, they introduced like with 6.1 a feature called Spring Context Exit on Refresh. So that means just before the bean life cycle is executed, we do the dump. So that means before the Spring Beans are created, the dump is done. So all these classes loaded up till then, they're dumped into this application JSA file. And then when you start up your process, and basically the build pack adds for you the shared archive file, it won't start from scratch. It will use that file to load those classes. And classes actually missed during the training run, they will be loaded the regular way. So there is no problem actually like that you missed a class or that you had a reflection in your code and you missed that class as well. So you don't need to provide hints or so. So in the end, what you need to do is just like specifying an environment variable for the build packs, and it's everything done for you behind the scenes. And you don't need to have something like a multi-stage Docker file or so. Awesome. Great. Did I tell you I like Spring Boot and build packs? It's so easy, and you can leverage like all the great new features, and it's just like there. Basically, the app CDS feature and the AOT feature is in the build pack since 3 weeks. So it's pretty new, and it's super cool, I think, because I don't need to know like how to do all the things behind the scenes. Obviously, you can go and check for different runtimes, and that means like why not to use like OpenJ9 instead of the hotspot JVM or the OpenJDK? You can do that, and OpenJVM is another implementation provided by IBM, right? And what I want to show you is actually like if you're going to specify in the build packs, basically the build pack for the OpenJ9, you can replace Liberica. So please get back. Yes, you can actually like replace Liberica with OpenJ9. And the lower line regarding the Java build packs, it's just needed that the Java memory calculator and other things will be added as well. Because the Java build packs by default contains Liberica, and I'm just like replacing that specific one. So I need to inherit all the other build packs which are still used. And I mean, as you can see from the numbers, startup times, throughput is well, yeah, somewhat okay. But what is special about OpenJ9 is memory. Memory is way better. So if you want to optimize on memory, why not changing, right? And sometimes, like in AWS, you have to think, if you need more memory, you also have to pay for more CPU. And that's maybe a reason why to change, right? You can also use GraalVM. GraalVM is actually nice because it's also JVM runtime. It has a better JIT compiler, actually, than the OpenJDK, so you just can replace it. With the downside, actually, that the image sizes get way better. But if you need a better JIT for optimization during runtime, you can change. And CE means Community Edition, because Oracle has a version which is way better, which all the other vendors like Red Hat and also Bellsoft and so on, they can't get it because that's proprietary software. And they also have a special licensing. So that means you can actually deploy your application to the cloud, but if you sell it within a product, you're not allowed to. Before that was an enterprise edition. It was called like GraalVM Enterprise Edition, and you had to pay for. Now actually like it's for free, but you're not allowed to ship it. Yes, and here actually the JIT is better and all the other numbers are better. So actually, if you choose the route with GraalVM, go for the Oracle distribution because like it's the fastest. Now let's think of build pack builders, and that's an idea where I said I don't want to use Ubuntu, but I want to use Alpine underneath. So let's use another builder. And the builder actually like provides here a possibility with Alpaquita, which is a Alpine distribution, which is quite tiny. And there is a glibc version and a Muscle version. So glibc is like the hacky implementation. Muscle is more secure, but they're also slower. And you just can say, let's exchange now the Ubuntu, which is in the container, with an Alpine, and you get this, right? So you can see image size has drastically changed, and the glibc. And yeah, it's roughly on par with what we had before. Since like the Bellsoft builder is only like capable to work with Java 17, for Java 21 I had to find another way, and there is a tiny builder. So the build pack by default uses like the default builder, not the tiny one. So that means like if you choose the tiny one, which is usually used for GraalVM native images, you can do Java with that. And it gets tinier even. So that's awesome, right? That's just like another way of optimizing things. Of course, you can go with Graal native images as well. So let's compile that into native code. And we know that GraalVM starts up faster, but there are also some drawbacks. So if you have really crazy load on your application, maybe the GraalVM native image is not the thing you want to use, because the optimization steps at runtime is not that awesome. So yes, so you have to think of like where you want to optimize. But I just give you possibilities, right? And there is another thing, around the corner, which is called crack, which is actually meant that you are going to snapshot your application at runtime, and you can restore the snapshot. But the problem is actually like there are two distributions out there, Azul Zulu and Bells of Liberica have an implementation of this, and it only works with Linux. So Azul has a version which is actually also kind of simulating for Mac and Windows the thing, so that you can develop software, but it really it's natively working only with Linux. And well, the thing is actually you would have to do it by hand because there is no build pack there yet. So that's a problem. And we also have like other problems regarding, for example, secrets, because if you dump memory into files and you want to restore them, so that means you would have your credentials in the dump. And that's a bad idea. And it doesn't work with multiple environments where you need to use different credentials. So at the moment, they are like trying out what we could do to basically like create a build pack for that, right? And the problem is really like, yeah, there are challenges quite a bit, and the environments and the operating system and so on. By the way, OpenJ9 has Creo support, which is basically the same like crack for the OpenJDK. I cry because there is no build pack for Spring Boot, right? So that's really sad, but we'll see. I'm sure there will be some in the future. Now, the last topic will be about like virtual threads. And virtual threads are awesome, and you should enable them, especially if you have less CPU. In my use case, the numbers don't look so great because I do the benchmark with 4 cores, and there you just like get a tiny amount of benefit. So it's like between 10 and 20% usually. But if you have like a half a virtual core, for example, you can get like 1,000% better data. So the less CPU, actually like the bigger difference you see when you use virtual threads. And the virtual threads is just a thing you easily enable with a property, as you can see here, and you turn them on, and then Spring Boot is just going to like, yeah, instruct, for example, Tomcat and other things with virtual threads. So let's summarize everything. You have seen quite a bit of optimization steps. And yeah, that's quite nice, and you probably learned like one or the other thing, or maybe you need to go and check things later again. That's a great thing. So be aware of that, as I said, a Java process by default starts the best if it has 4 cores. If you have 2, it's kind of linear, the numbers. If you have less, it's even worse than linear. So be aware of that. But usually in the cloud, you don't want to spend so much CPU on an application which is mostly idling. So you are aware of that it starts very slow, and you can deal with that. That's maybe just okay. Be aware of that the numbers you measure on your application, they count, not mine. So you have a different use case than I do. So please be aware of this, right? And also, there are other runtimes out there where you can pay for, where you put money on the table, and they have a reason why you pay for. Better optimization, better garbage collector, better other things. So there might be like reasons why you go and pay for a license. And obviously, like all the big brands, they have support or special editions, and so on and so forth. And then actually there are other ideas, like the crack I didn't try. I didn't try yet some obfuscation of the code as well. I could even do some further optimizations on the JVM and even use like Project Laden, which is actually also meant to like strip down the startup times of your Java application by half. So this is kind of like what's going on in the future. Yes. So now let's have a look shortly at the optimizations. I applied kind of a summary of everything, so you see the final numbers. And I just tried to apply as many things as possible. So with the belts of builder, you have like Java 17. You see like the lazy initialization. You see basically, well, you don't see it, but also like I reduced the dependencies, for example. I used AOT as well. I used, I think, even AppCDS here as well. And you can see basically like startup time got half just by applying all these ideas. And you can also see like with the numbers, with throughput and response times, they're like still in the same range, right? That's quite awesome. And The other thing is actually like in Java 21, you would use a different builder, and we would enable even like virtual threads. And there you can also see we have a significant better startup time, image size is less, and then also like if you look at the numbers, they are kind of comparable. So and be aware of that my machine was just like too beefy with 4 virtual cores. If I would have done that just with a fourth of a core, then actually like with virtual threads, it would even look better with the numbers of the latency. Yeah, so that was it. Did I miss something? Please let me know. Let's discuss. Maybe you have some ideas. Maybe you learned something. And if you want to share something with me, please do, because I also still want to learn. And I started the journey like 1.5 years ago, and I learned quite a bit during that time. And I'm constantly adding and updating and trying new things. That means new Java versions, new Spring Boot versions, and other things. So please share your ideas. And I'm sure I'm there also for a beer afterwards. Thank you very much.